uploaded to, okay, it will be uploaded to the Pennsylvania Hallowed YouTube channel later on. If we need to make any kind of tweaks or whatever, we need to do that before we just add it to the site. And then also, we'll be sending you out some information after everything is said and done to let you know how you can take a look at it and also send it out and share with other people. We also ask for you to type any of your questions for our presenters in the chat area so that we can organize them, and Jeannie will be sending them out to our presenters and letting them know what the question is. And sometimes, we have people from all over that will subsequently ask basically the same thing in different words. So they're going to organize it on their end and send it out to our presenters. And of course, while we are having our conference, I'm asking for everybody, if you're not muted from our end, to make sure that you're muted from your end. And when the time comes for questions and answers, we'll place them in the chat, like I said. So I'm getting some feedback. But also, when we get to certain points throughout the day, we're going to ask for, we'll probably take you off, maybe mute. And if you have a question, especially during our engagement time at the end, that you raise your hand and we'll have good comments and questions at that point. And Jeannie is going to have a little note at the very top for you to place where you're calling from or Zooming from, and give us your email address if needed, and anything that you want to share with us about your site throughout the conference. We're going to be also adding some links that may be of use to you that you might be able to use in the future. So take a look throughout the day and take a look at the in the chat area, because there might be something you might want to grab and save for yourself in the future. Alrighty, so with that being said, we can make sure that the recording has started. And let me say again, welcome everybody. I'm so glad on this wonderful, glorious morning that we have been gifted with sunlight outside. So my name is Barbara Barksdale, and I am the chairperson for the Pennsylvania Hallowed, have been for a while. And I'm just excited to see all you wonderful people signing in and wanting to know what you're going to be able to do with your future in the in caretaking and just preserving our wonderful history. So the mission of the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds is to honor, interpret, and preserve African American cemeteries and the burial sites of Civil War African American sailors and United States colored troops in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania Hallowed Ground connects and builds the capacity of the stewards of these cemeteries and burial sites, and support conversation, documentation, education, and training, working collaboratively with other groups and organizations. Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds provides tangible encounters with memory and enriches the public understanding of history. Again, folks, we want to make sure that you are getting the best of all information that we can provide for you through that we can make available to our stewards, our caretakers, and anyone interested in restoration, preservation, and using our cemeteries for educational purposes. It's so important that we are sharing this information and educating people, because for all these years, for the last 400 years, we have been kind of forgotten about. We have, yes, been buried and forgotten and ridden over, mailbox on top of each other, and everything else. So we want to make sure that we are preserving our history and making sure our stories, our interred people, are getting a second chance at being known, no matter what capacity we're in, whether they were the Frederick Douglasses of the world or they were just the local Barbara Barksdales of the world. They need to be known. So God is good. We're going to make sure that we get the information out there and save our ancestors. Now, our theme is about cemeteries, communities, and archives. And our one part that we're going to be doing is, how do we pull all of this together? How does this cemetery that you have sitting maybe in your backyard in some cases, and Steve and I have been to, and Brenda have been to cemeteries where they are in someone's backyard, literally in their backyard. So we want to make sure that we're connecting those people to the community. How did it build each other? How did that cemetery connect to the store down at the corner or the church around the corner? How do we pull all that together? And that is part of our theme, to have our communities. And then once we get that information of who is buried there, or their impact on the communities, how do we take care of it? So we're going to be hearing from people that can help us with archiving, how to do it, when to do it, and why we should be doing it. All right. So um, we have so much. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to ask Dr. Stephen Burg to take over for us. And Dr. Steve Burg is the secretary for the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, and also he's a professor of history at Shippensburg University. And he has been our go-to guy sometimes for our vital history, as well as so many of our other board members, which you'll be hearing from them also throughout the day as we introduce our presenters, as well as have conversations with our stewards throughout the day. Anyway, Dr. Steve Burg, would you mind taking over for me from here, please?
Absolutely, Barbara. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name again is Steve Burg. I teach history at Shippensburg University, and I have the delight of being the secretary of Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. And I'm going to just take a couple of minutes to give an overview of some of the things the organization has been up to since we were last together in October 2023. The first thing I wanted to mention is that we do have a new member of the board who joined us this year, Renee Nichols, who is a professor of communications at Penn State University. Renee has been a fantastic new addition and has really helped us out in terms of our communication, working on the website, and has really given us some great perspective from what's going on in the center of the state. She's also been working with her students, connecting with the Eastern Lights Cemetery in Altoona. So we just wanted to let everyone know about Renee's work on the board and how happy we are to have her joining us. One of the big activities that has drawn a lot of our energy, particularly in the first part of the year, was bringing to close the work surrounding the National Trust for Historic Preservation grant that we had received from their African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund, and which was matched by a very generous donation from the 1772 Foundation. Over the last many months, we were able to do something which is very unusual in the granting world, which is to not only receive a major grant, but then to be able to re-grant that out to stewards and cemeteries around the state. And what was great about this particular program is we were able to help 13 cemeteries in 10 counties around the state. We parceled out $45,000. And one of the things that I thought was wonderful about this particular grant project is that we asked cemeteries what they needed, and then provided as much funding as we could to help those things happen. The other thing that is important about this particular project is that we did have the cemeteries, we were able to have the cemeteries put together preservation plans, working with professional cemetery consultants. There's those plans are available, and I shared the link in the chat. They're on the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds website. Those plans are, I think, just an incredible resource for all of us, because not only do they help us understand what's going on at these cemeteries, but we encourage you all, if you're working with a cemetery, to dip into those plans, because there's so much, such a wealth of information and advice and best practices about how to care for cemeteries and deal with many of the problems that we face as folks working on the ground. I also wanted to give a special shout out and thank you to Preservation Pennsylvania. particularly Mindy Crawford, who's the executive director of Preservation PA, Charlotte Stone, who was hired as the project manager. And I also, we really could not have done everything we did without the partnership with Preservation PA. So thank you so much for everything that made that work possible. The other big piece of programming that we do as an organization is Bertha Jackman and Crystal have put together what we call the Stewards Roundtables. And this year we had one in April where we invited the stewards from the various cemeteries that received grants to come together and talk a little bit about the work they were doing. In June, we had a program where we brought together 3 speakers. It was called What You Need to Learn About Juneteenth, which was really informative and an interesting program. And then in September, we had hoped to be able to have Robin Kravitz from the National Park Service talk about how cemeteries could connect to the National Park Service's Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program. Unfortunately, due to issues beyond our control, she was not able to join us, but we're hoping to reschedule that in the coming year, because I think a lot of us have cemeteries that have individuals that are connected to the Underground Railroad, and that would be a great way to bring more visibility to some of our sites. We're also really proud to note that this year, another cemetery was placed on the National Register of Historic Places, the Hosanna Church and Cemetery in Upper Oxford Township. And I just wanted to very briefly read from their nomination. The Hosanna Church played a central role in the life of Hinsonville residents, serving as a worship space, a gathering place for leaders in the abolition and colonization movements. The cemetery, a contributing site resource, marks the final resting place of Hinsonville, founding residents and their descendants, including 17 Civil War veterans of the 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment. It's just if you haven't had a chance to visit, it's in Chester County. It's an amazing combination of a church and a historic cemetery on the campus of Lincoln University. And it's continuing our process of trying to have not only protect and preserve these sites, but to whatever extent we can get them either determined eligible or listed on the National Register to help with their long-term preservation. So congratulations to everyone who was involved in this nomination and getting the Hosanna Church and Cemetery listed on the National Register. I would also note that in the last year, there's been several sites that have been determined eligible for the National Register, and at its June meeting, there were 2 more African-American cemeteries that were recommended to the National Park Service for listing, but that process has not concluded yet. But hopefully there'll be a couple more, and we'll continue getting these sites the recognition that they deserve. The other thing I just wanted to mention is that the board is very focused right now on strategic planning for 2025. Some of our big goals are thinking about ways to continue to strengthen our network of stewards. We've been doing a lot over the last year to try to improve communication, visibility, and outreach, trying to make better use of our social media. We've improved our website. We have gotten a Zoom account, which we had not had before. We've been borrowing other people's. And we also got a MailChimp subscription to be able to reach our members and supporters more effectively. We have a mailing list at this point, which is well over 500 people who are interested in the work we're doing. We also are going to focus on fundraising. The organization has been running, I would say, on a shoestring through donations from many of our friends and supporters. And I guess at this moment, I would put in a plug that if you are able, we would certainly enjoy donations to help both support this meeting, which does cost us funds to put on, but also to support Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. And there's a place to donate on the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds website. But we do want to look at trying to build more funding, both to support the work of Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds and to try to support the work that's taking place at cemeteries around the state. We also want to talk more about advocacy and what things may be possible in Pennsylvania to emulate both programs and legislation that has been enacted in other states, which have been really far ahead of Pennsylvania in terms of government support for cemetery preservation, and also looking to establish new partnerships that may help us to advance our work. So I'm going to stop there. I'd be happy if you have any questions, feel free to place those in the chat and I can address them. But I'd also at this moment like to introduce our next speaker, who is Pam Bowman, who's going to be talking on the issue of advocacy and particularly the status of the African American Burial Grounds program. Pam is the Senior Director for Public Land Policy, Government Relations and Policy Department at the National Trust for Historic Preservation. So I'm going to turn things over to Pam.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the invitation today to join your meeting and talk a little bit about the African American Burial Grounds Preservation Program. As Stephen mentioned, I'm with the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and I'm based out of our Washington, D.C. headquarters. And my focus at the National Trust is on lobbying and advocacy for federal programs and legislation, as well as federal funding issues. And I've been involved with this program for many years and happy to give you that update. For those of you who are not familiar with the National Trust, we are a nonprofit organization that was chartered by Congress in 1949, and it's to facilitate public participation in historic preservation. And very broadly, we work across the country to save and preserve historic places. And so one area of this work has been supporting the historic preservation of African American burial grounds. I think you heard Steve mention the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund grant, which is one of many that we've been able to use to help cemeteries around the country. So I was asked to give an update on the preservation program, which originates from legislation we worked on years ago. And I believe there's a couple slides. I'm not sure, Steve or Barbara, if you're able to pull those up on your end.
Jeannie or Steve, you have this
I
presentation?
believe Steve might have those. I think he said. Steve, for you.
Good. While we're waiting, I'm hoping to just give you some background on the legislation, how it came to be, what it will look like when it's implemented, and some of that funding status. And I'll leave a little bit of time for questions at the end. It's been a very long journey to get to where we are. As many of you know, working with Congress in this day and age can be very challenging. We're often beholden to their timeline and their agenda and the way the funding cycle is established every year. So we're happy with the success, but we're going to need everybody's help to get that over the finish line and secure that funding. So I'll just check in again. Do we have those couple slides that we can pull up so I can share that?
I believe he's working on it behind the scenes.
Okay, great. I may also be able to share on my screen if need be.
Pam, I would say for you to go in.
If you could share, Pam, that would be great.
Okay, let's see if I can pull that up. Second. Okay. All right, are you all able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to try to turn this into the slideshow. 1 second. Okay, how is that?
Wonderful.
Okay, let me see if I go back. All right, there we go. So the African American Burial Grounds Preservation Program actually originated from a piece of legislation introduced several years ago. The legislation in the 117th Congress, which was 2021 to 2022, was bipartisan. It was bicameral, and it had support in both the House and the Senate. And so at the end of that Congress, when they were putting together a massive omnibus spending package, the language of that bill was included in that big package. And in December 2022, the legislation was authorized and the program was officially authorized. And what that language says is that it authorized $3 million annually for 5 years, for a total of $15 million, for the National Park Service to establish a grant program that would aid efforts across the country to research, identify, document, preserve, and interpret historic African American burial grounds. Also included as part of that language, our organization was listed as a consulting party, which means that as part of building out this program, our African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund team and others in the African American heritage community are going to have an opportunity to provide some vital input to the National Park Service that can include things like prioritizing descendant and community-led engagement and help determine what that program looks like. And that language in the bill also talked about 4 different areas for grant making when the grant program is established. And that includes things like identifying historic African American burial grounds, the preservation and restoration of those sites, interpretation to help tell that story, and also work related to research and documentation of those burial grounds. However, this bill language was actually only one step of the full process. The program was authorized by Congress, but the next step is that federal dollars need to be appropriated. And then the National Park Service would have the funds available to carry out that program. So in terms of where we are now, the focus is on securing that funding. So after December in 2022, the 118th Congress began. And in 2023, Congress did not appropriate the money for the burial grounds program. And that's for reasons probably too complex and lengthy to describe here. But we ended up using that time to lay the groundwork and engage in advocacy to be ready for 2024. And I've listed a few of those steps here, but essentially over the last few months, we've seen significant milestones and growing momentum for funding the program. A lot of that started early in the spring, where President Biden's fiscal year 2025 budget proposal to Congress included a recommendation for the full $3 million. We had several House and Senate offices lead letters to the Appropriations Committee in support of that full funding. And here at the National Trust and in collaboration with our partners, we sent individual appropriations testimony to Congress supporting the program. We provided online advocacy tools for people to contact members of Congress, and also designed some one-pager resources that people could share with congressional staff about the funding needs. And so we finally had that breakthrough in summer 2024, which we considered a really big win, when both the House and the Senate each demonstrated their support for the initial funding of the program. On the House side, there was a voice voted amendment on the House floor supporting that $3 million, the full funding level. And on the Senate side, as each of the appropriations subcommittees were moving through the various appropriations bill, we saw the Interior Appropriations Subcommittee version include $2 million for the initial funding for that program. But as most of you know, Congress operates on a fiscal schedule of October 1 through September 30th. And what's supposed to happen is that a new fiscal year begins on October 1st with a new cycle. And in this case, we should already be in FY 2025 as of the beginning of this month. However, Congress did not finish their work on all the various appropriations bills that make up the full budget before the September 30th deadline. And the federal government is now operating under what's called a continuing resolution until at least December 20. And what that means is all the funding levels remain at FY 2024 numbers. And since those numbers did not include funding for the program, that money and the launch of the program have been delayed. So the most important thing we can all do now is make sure that Congress understands the importance of this funding and make sure that we secure that when they come back in a few weeks. So securing the initial federal funding is definitely the next key step. It's the way the National Park Service can move forward to begin standing up this program. And they'll take steps in terms of project planning about what that program looks like. And we'll consult with organizations like the National Trust and others who want to provide input. So it's very important Congress continues to hear from all of you and the preservation community and any organization or individual who supports the preservation of African American burial grounds, and urge those congressional offices that the initial $3 million be included in FY 2025 appropriations. So Congress is out this month and until after the November election. But in the meantime, we are using this opportunity to prepare for when Congress returns to make sure that they support that level of funding when they are writing the appropriations bills for the next cycle. In terms of an update for all of you, and we'd love your participation in the next couple weeks, we'll be pulling together a community sign-on letter so that organizations can join together and call on Congress to take action and support this funding. And so as soon as that letter is available, I'd be happy to share with Barbara and others so we can begin to distribute that and collect signatures from organizations. Steve also mentioned the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund. So after I take a few questions for all of you, I'll drop some links in the chat where you can find some more information about the work that we've done to support African American burial grounds and some of our grant opportunities that we have posted on the website. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen there. And I'm happy to take any questions. I know that's a lot. It's been a long road, very complicated. But really, I think the key message right now is to make sure that Congress knows just how vital this funding is for all of these community projects around the country. And I'll check the chat to see if there are any questions. I don't know if people will need to individually unmute.
I don't believe we have any questions in the chat about this, so we might need to go to the audience and see if anyone has any questions here. I believe we have a hand raised.
Okay.
Harriet?
Yes, my question is in regards to the advocacy of contacting our elected representatives. Is there a letter form that we, template, I guess that's the word I want to use, to send to them indicating what we, that we are supporting this legislation? So I think that would be helpful rather than me trying to figure out what will get their attention. So.
Yeah, we had that form up on our website up until the congressional action I mentioned that happened back in July, and we'll be putting that back up on the website after the election. So I'll be sure to stay in touch with all of you about when that gets posted. And that'll give you an opportunity to go onto the website and send an automatic letter to your member of Congress linked to your zip code, asking that they support the program. There'll be a template of a letter there that you can use or that you can modify. And we'll also have that additional letter that I mentioned where organizations can sign on in a group letter, and the National Trust will make sure that gets up to offices on Capitol Hill.
Thank you.
Yep.
And what we can also do is place it on our website and our Facebooks and everything else so that people can gather that information and share it amongst those that you know to get support, whether it's locally or nationally. Okay,
Great.
Right. We have a,
Maxine.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. A couple of years ago, I initiated an effort to have a website built for Mount Pista Cemetery in York County, located in Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. I have been, because I have ancestors there, and now discovering so much more about so many people buried there. We do have a website. It has not launched yet. I'm trying to get descendants of anyone that's buried there to send information in. My question is, so I've been sucked in to do so much more now, and have attended many meetings related to cemeteries, the preservation of African American cemeteries, etc. Where do I start with having or even to begin to understand what's the first step in having this cemetery to get what it needs to preserve it?
Well, I think related to the program that I was just discussing, we're in a stage now in terms of support from that grant program being on hold until Congress appropriates the money. I think that's going to be an opportunity for any cemetery or burial ground to be able to take a look at those programs, grant program, and determine what type of support they might need. We're not quite at that stage yet until Congress appropriates the money, but once the National Park Service gets the grant program underway, I think that could be one resource that you may want to take a look at in terms of support for multiple different types of work. The National Trust is not the only organization that does grant making, but I encourage you to take a look at our website, both the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund and our other grant making. I'll put a link in the chat to this now. And some of those application deadlines are rolling throughout the year, so you can take a look and think about what might work for you.
Yes, so in order to be prepared for if and when the money is released or whatever plans start, is there kind of a checklist of things of where to begin?
Not in terms of accessing the grant program information. There's nothing I think that individual organizations or communities need to do to prepare. I think one way that you can support the launch of this program is if you do have the capacity over the next few weeks and months, just making sure your elected officials know that we really need that initial funding from Congress before the National Park Service can launch this program. It's definitely the gateway step before we can get to having that program underway. So that's probably the biggest initial step that organizations will need to plug into before there's access to any grant funding there.
So that would be the local elected officials in the area where the cemetery is?
It'll be your House of Representatives member for your particular congressional district and your two senators.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everybody, so far. And Pam, thank you so much. We look forward to hearing from you, and we'll grab any information and share it with the rest of the people online and offline. And yeah, hopefully you'll be able to stay on and to listen to our next speaker, which Dr. Burg is going to be introducing. Okay. Thank you, Pam.
Actually, I think Crystal's introducing the next speaker.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Crystal.
Hello, everyone. I'm Crystal Crampton. I'm Vice Chair of Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. I have the privilege today to introduce you to our next speaker, which is Miss Peggy King-Jorde. She is a cultural projects consultant, combining more than 30 years of experience in planning, designing, and public art and historical preservation projects, especially in New York City and beyond. Miss King-Jorde, I keep saying George, but King-Jorde, has
Jorde, Jorde.
Jorde, I'm sorry. Thank
Yeah,
you so
no
much for
worries.
that.
Yeah.
Jorde. She has served under three New York City mayors, including the Honorable David N. Dinkins, providing comprehensive oversight of all capital construction projects, especially in New York City, cultural landmarks, public art and artworks, museums. Her range support spans projects and development, management, and design. She is with us today, but she has been in New York, London, the UK. Also, she has also been in Africa, where her projects are now. So I don't want to take up too much time. If you wanted to know more about Miss King-Jorde, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Look on her website. Look her name up. She pops up. She has so many things going on. So we give you the floor.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate having been invited. I just want to, I really appreciated the update on the African American Cemetery Act, and to know that I guess one of my questions would be, and we can probably talk about that later, would be understanding, it would be to me important for folks to understand who your advocates and partners are, because a letter writing campaign to those folks could also help with this. I'm going to share just an overview of a couple of things that I am working on, or several things that I'm working on. Just to explain my background, this is my little protest background. I'm working on a project, or I worked on a project in the South Atlantic, St. Helena. It is a UK territory. It is probably one of the most significant sites in a valley on that island, where there are upwards of 10,000 enslaved Africans who were buried there. They were taken from the hulls of ships who were dealing illegally in slave trading. And this is during the time when the British government was patrolling the South Atlantic and decommissioning ships who were engaging. Some of those ships, in fact, were American financed ships that were financed out of New York. And they are now developing that valley, despite the fact that there is a cemetery there. This wall that is here was built by these enslaved Africans, and they are turning the valley into a port where metal containers will be stored. So we've been working. There is a film that we have out called A Story of Bones. It's a documentary. It filmed, or it premiered on PBS, and it also premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival in 2022. So anyway, I can answer more questions about that. So I would just like to start with, how I came to this work and why I think it's important. I will start by saying, and we'll begin with this first slide. Hold on. All right. So in mid-March of 1988, I made good on a promise to my father that upon his death, my brother and I would build his coffin by hand. We sketched out a design, and the following morning on the back porch of a funeral home, we attended to what can only be described as a profound act of love and remembrance. The result was a Georgia white pine coffin handsomely crafted to cradle my dad in his crossing over. I fulfilled a duty to a man the world knew as a legendary civil rights attorney. His skills inside the courtroom were his weapon, and in defense of Blacks in South Georgia at the height of Jim Crow. Then 2 years later, the rediscovery of the New York African Burial Ground changed my life. I followed in Dad's footsteps, advocating for Black people, defending their humanity in death, and dedicating my life to reclaiming final resting places at home and across the Atlantic. People often ask me why preserving African burial grounds are so important. And I share with them that I shared with them that archaeologists say that what in part defines us as human is how we bury our dead. We say important words over them. We may pray over them. We may pour libations. We may place flowers or place special objects. So imagine a society that has a community of people who have no rights, that any man need respect, and that upon the occasion that they have the loss of a father, a mother, a sister, a brother, they're in a society that says that they are not human, they are subhuman. And at the time that they lose a loved one, and that they are permitted to bury only by permission of the oppressor, that what you would find this community doing was engaging in an act of reclaiming the humanity. They would be reclaiming the humanity of these loved ones in a society that says that they are not human. And when I think about that and the weight of that, what I think about is that act then would be revolutionary. And I imagine them engaging in revolutionary acts of remembrance. And in this country, we preserve, and if you ask the National Park Service, we preserve sites where revolutionary wars happened or sites like that. So when I think about African burial grounds, I think about what actually happened there in the context of people who were not considered human and the revolutionary acts of remembrance that they were engaging in when they buried their loved ones. Next slide, please. The New York African Burial Ground transformed how we engage descendant communities, from the ethical treatment of human remains to the interpretation of cultural resources to project leadership. So why should we care? Well, we learned a lot from the African Burial Ground. I mean, it really sparked a movement, not only in the US, but globally. So we learned that by empowering marginalized voices, challenge the public to consider their point of view. We learned that the significance of cultural and historical resources are often rooted in how stakeholders self-identify and value their relationship with the community. We learned that by decentering self, communities are a resource, and listening is in itself a knowledge-seeking exercise. We learned that narrative justice is a thing, particularly when descendant communities interact with systems of power. That transparency and accountability are vital to building any relationship with descendant communities. We learned that archaeology can sometimes be an act of violence that is in search of a collective past, and that the discipline is rooted in colonialism, complicit with perpetuating acts of violence against Black people, from theft of artifacts to dehumanizing Black bodies. That he who interprets the cultural resources and artifacts controls the narrative. And what does that mean for descendant communities and how it is they can tell their stories? So what I'm going to share with you is a toolkit. It is a toolkit, and it's a living document that aims to empower and guide individuals and groups engaged in memory work, with a focus on incorporating care and kinship. It is designed for impacted communities to reclaim their narratives, fostering trust and enabling meaningful engagement on their terms. After nearly 30 years following the rediscovery of the New York African Burial Ground, I partnered with the National Park Service and reconvened a community of memory workers, scholars, artists, architects, journalists, historians, and others in the picture that you see, to share in the reflections about our work, the successes, the challenges, and the challenges as a way of informing each other and for whatever work we may be doing in preservation going forward. Next slide, please. In 2022, I had the opportunity to join a dynamic working group sponsored by Duke's Franklin Humanities Institute, skillfully organized by Wesley Hogan and Vance Bird, with the inspiration of Ann Chin, the founder of Middle Passage Ceremonies and Port Markers Project. The group embarked on an important dialogue titled Reckoning and Justice, an inquiry into historical memory, the arts, and commemoration. Participants came from diverse backgrounds, including practitioners, activists, architects, and academics, all bringing a wealth of perspectives to the table. Our discussions began with a deep exploration of the concept of memory work, which encompasses various practices such as storytelling, site preservation, land acknowledgement, and acts of commemoration. Most importantly, we recognize that memory work represents a role and a title that fosters community-centered participation. It strives to bring forth silenced histories and experiences, placing them at the forefront of our conversations and actions. Through this collaborative effort, we aim to give voice to narratives that have been long overlooked, engaging our communities in the vital work of remembrance and justice. We decided to work on a guide intended to support community activists and stakeholders, historians, preservationists, scholars, artists, architects, and others who want to participate in community-based and community-driven memory work. Those who want to illuminate silenced, undervalued, devalued, and erased histories. We prioritize care and kinship, and we believe people from impacted communities should engage in their unique forms of memory work and remain at center. Next slide. Empowering impacted communities begins with recognizing the existing forms of memory work that already exist within them. By honoring their practices, we provide a foundation for facilitating open dialogue about the past. Dialogue allows communities to express their needs and desires regarding remembrance, ensuring that their voices are heard and valued. It's also essential to prevent harm in these discussions by providing strategies that help build relationships while avoiding exploitation and trauma. By fostering a safe space and place, we encourage genuine interactions that contribute to healing. Moreover, acknowledging the importance of generational transmission is vital. Supporting the sharing of stories and methods across generations enriches community narratives and strengthens connections, allowing the wisdom of the past to inform the future. Next slide. Next slide, please. In our approach, we emphasize foundational principles that guide our interactions and relationships. First and foremost is the importance of care and kinship. We prioritize emotional well-being and the integrity of our relationships. This commitment creates a supportive environment where individuals feel valued and connected. Equally essential is the trust building, which requires genuine outreach to cultivate trust over time. By engaging authentically with others, we foster deeper connections that lead to lasting relationships and mutual respect. And in this context, my work with communities in Namibia, St. Helena, and St. Eustatius, the Dutch Caribbean, serve as bright examples of and vibrant examples of how these principles can be effectively implemented. Their unique experiences illustrate power of nurturing ties and significance of trust. and community resilience and cooperation. And what you see before you in the photographs to the lower left, when I visited St. Helena, that is a selfie shot with members of the St. Helena community. The backdrop that I described to you at the outset, at the beginning of this presentation, this was during the time that I visited for a week to see the site and to meet with members of the community to understand what was important to them, what were some of the challenges and the issues. The picture at the top in the middle, I was in Namibia this year. The film, the documentary, A Story of Bones that I'm in, the key or the main protagonist of the film, Anina Van Niel, we are in her hometown. She's originally from Namibia. She had actually been on St. Helena Island working when she began her fight to save an African burial ground on St. Helena. And we're there in that shot because in Namibia, we were at a cemetery. We're actually standing in a cemetery of several unmarked graves that are not cared for except by the Herero and the Nama people. And there's a gentleman, an activist in this group who got volunteers. And while I was there screening A Story of Bones, Anina and I attended this caring for the burials and redressing them because it's in a desert, basically, but only a few yards away from this cemetery, this site where people who are buried in unmarked, burials, owing to just horrific and traumatic history, a genocide of people. There is a burial ground, or there is a cemetery that is very well cared for with plantings and everything else. And this, the city does not maintain the cemetery of these individuals. And so this activist has, made arrangements to have a stone to mark the ground. And in the lower picture, we're in front of a museum that he himself has created in Swakopmund in Namibia. And he's fighting for the return of remains that are here in the United States at the Museum of Natural History. And then to the lower right, I'm with a group of kids on the island of St. Eustatius, which is the Dutch Caribbean island. And I was working with activists who have been fighting to preserve burial sites on that island. The island is comprised of 76 plantations, former plantations, all of which had cemeteries. And I'm happy to say that, it has been really quite a struggle trying to protect those sites and honor them. Let's see, I don't want to lose my place here. Let's see. So next slide, please. Sorry. So through our working groups, we have reaffirmed that listening and engagement strategies are crucial for fostering genuine connections with marginalized communities. Active listening involves creating safe spaces where these communities can freely articulate their experiences and pose questions. It's essential to meet communities where they are, honoring their unique perspectives and challenges. And I keep reinforcing this in my talk because oftentimes that is where the ball is dropped when we talk about figuring out how we meaningfully engage the community, how we meaningfully honor the sites that are important to them. Because oftentimes, people don't spend enough time working with communities and engaging them. Every community is different, and each community has their own priorities. So inclusive practices play a vital role in the process. It's important to design systems that respect a variety of viewpoints and emotional states. This approach encompasses various aspects such as leading grant initiatives, co-innovating on multiple levels, and ensuring the fair redistribution of resources, leadership opportunities, access, and even copyright considerations. You know, you have community members who come to a gathering, and they may be, say it's some sort of, you know, maybe the city hires a contractor to kind of solicit from the community ideas, and people are sharing their stories, and they're, you know, these are their stories. And so respecting communities and what it is that they're bringing to the table, their stories, whether they're, you know, there may be a call for copyright privileges when that happens. So by integrating these strategies, we can build a more equitable and you know, an understanding environment for all. Listening and engagement strategies are crucial for fostering genuine connections. And you know, in order to, you know, engage this, it involves creating safe spaces where communities can freely articulate their experiences and pose questions. And oftentimes we're talking about, when we talk about descendant communities, we talk about marginalized communities, we're talking about people who want to talk about very real sensitive issues. And, you know, some people aren't going to come away from those meetings feeling, you know, okay. It may feel very disturbing. It's essential to meet them where they are, honoring their unique perspectives and challenges. Next slide, please. Let's see. So to implement effective community-driven memorial processes, it's essential to set clear expectations by collaborating with community leaders to define goals. A key example is St. Eustatius in the Dutch Caribbean, where activists championed the preservation of 2 burial sites on only 2 of the island's 76 plantations. And despite early challenges, their advocacy led to a UNESCO designation, which actually happened last week, highlighting the site's significance. Additionally, identifying and empowering community leaders is vital to ensure the community's voice drives memorialization efforts, fostering shared ownership and pride. Next slide, please. So again, in memory work, accountability and responsibility are vital. Regular self-reflection encourages individuals to assess their motivations and the impact of their actions, promoting personal growth. And additionally, establishing community agreements that outline expectations and responsibilities fosters collaboration and ensuring everyone understands their roles and strengthens the overall community. Next slide, please. And of course, for obvious reasons, you know, workshops and training and all kinds of resources for community, you know, certainly helps in all of this work. The poster in the middle, that is the poster for the documentary that I'm a protagonist in. I was the consulting producer and an impact producer for the film. And we're still screening globally. The upper right is actually a memorialization plan or recommendations for a project that I'm currently working on in New York City, which was put together by a community group as well. Next slide, please. So to navigate emotional landscapes, it's essential to understand trauma's impact on community well-being. For example, in Namibia, the Herero, as I mentioned before, and the Nama communities engaged in remembrance by tending to unmarked burials of victims of a genocide inflicted by German settlers in the early 20th century. Establishing support systems is crucial as it fosters networks among participants for healing and resilience. Additionally, ongoing feedback from community is vital for refining practices and ensuring they remain effective. And maintaining adaptability in our approaches allows us to respond to the unique needs of each community we support. Next slide, please. So the toolkit that I was talking about, that I'm kind of giving you just broad sweeps at 30,000 feet, the toolkit reaffirms the importance of building genuine relationships and fostering trust within communities by centering on care. It encourages collective storytelling, allowing individuals to share their experiences. Active participation is also emphasized, and inviting community members to lead the remembrance process. This approach makes memory work a restorative and inclusive framework for honoring shared histories. The image, again, on the lower left is of, I'm with two activists outside of Atlanta, Georgia, in Noonan, Georgia. And we are in the town square, and off to my left in the photograph, you would have seen a statue of a Confederate soldier. And this community group contacted me about the preservation of a site that they had only a few blocks from this town center. And it was being threatened by development of the city. They were putting in a skate park, multi-million-dollar skate park next to the cemetery, mostly unmarked, some marked. And they wanted to have a march from the cemetery to bring about awareness and raise awareness and to really speak to the government about doing better. And so I came down, I'd been advising them and working with them, and came down, and we marched to the town center, and we were met by members who were not wearing their cloaks, but the gentleman in the middle, who is a minister, used to work for the police department, and he knew some of the local KKK gentlemen who were there to see, to, I guess, look on to see what, we were doing. In the middle, the photograph with the horse and buggy, this is the African burial ground when the return of the remains from Howard University, and this is on Broadway, as we were getting ready to rebury the remains back at the African burial ground. Next slide, please. So this is just, I'm closing with just an overview of some of the projects that I've worked on, something that when I visited St. Helena and saw the burial ground there and dealt with some of the challenges, what really became just really resonated for me was that when we talk about the African burial ground and all the challenges and what was accomplished with this project in New York, the response that I have received globally reminds me that we all as memory workers must talk about these sites and the conversation around slavery as a global construct, that it is a story. All of these burial grounds for me are part of the larger story that is not bound by landmass, but it in fact is a global story, and the importance of connecting these stories with our brothers and sisters who are preserving in other places. But as I mentioned at the top of this, the African burial ground changed my life in terms of the kind of work that I wanted to do in architecture and design and preservation. It is, if you have not gotten a chance to get to New York, it is, you should see not only the memorial design, but if the building at 290 Broadway, there are artworks that honor the site within the building. The community demanded that the building, though it's a government building and has a lot of security to get in there, but that it always remain accessible to everyone so that they understand where that building is and that it displaced over 400 remains. And then that we also designated for a larger, I think it's about 4 or 5 New York City blocks, the district of the African burial ground. It's beyond the memorial site. The district is also protected in the city of New York. And so walk the district. There are artworks within the district as well. Next slide. So this is another project, St. Helena, this is the project, I would say, which really makes a case for speaking about these sites from a global perspective. So on the island of St. Helena, a British territory in the South Atlantic, our biggest challenge has been memorializing and overcoming the colonial mindset that continues to devalue Black histories. The burial site for 10,000 Africans, the most significant remnant of the transatlantic slave trade directly from the Middle Passage. And it takes a back seat to the island's main attraction, the highly celebrated and funded empty tomb of Napoleon Bonaparte, the man who reinstated slavery. However, as shown in the image in the upper right, the community of St. Helena found a way to connect with this history by honoring those forgotten. Local volunteers acted as storytellers, giving flesh, faces, and names to the abandoned souls. Archaeologists assigned each skeleton an individual number, but through this collaborative art project, the community reclaimed their humanity. Activism can take many forms. Our documentary, A Story of Bones, highlights our fight against erasure and aims to launch an impact campaign through film to guide the discourse where none previously existed. Next slide, please. In the heart of Upper Manhattan in 1903, a troubling chapter unfolded as former enslaved Africans were displaced to pave the way for urban development. Their skeletal remains were callously unearthed, stripped of dignity and respect, while their owning families were gracefully relocated to the Bronx, a stark contrast highlighting the inequities of the era. Today, a dedicated private nonprofit developer for whom I work is my client, is collaborating closely with the descendant community to create a safe haven for individuals experiencing homelessness. This initiative encompasses not only the construction of a shelter, but also the establishment of a sacred memorial space dedicated to honoring the lives of those enslaved individuals. And the Lenape. The Inwood Sacred Site Memorial will serve as a poignant tribute to the Lenape people dispossessed by colonial expansion and enslaved people who once rested in peace at this site, as it includes plans for the respectful return of seven ancestral remains currently housed at the American Museum of Natural History. The project emphasizes community engagement, featuring an advisory committee to ensure diverse voices are heard. Knowledge sharing sessions intend to foster a sense of connectedness, while a visioning portal invites input from all, contributing to a holistic approach in commemorating the legacy of those who were wronged. Next slide, please. And so this is the last project that I'm showing. So as a part of that, I'm showing in this slide, these are some of the inspirations for the project that we're currently working on in New York City at the Inwood Sacred Site. The space being inspired by praise house traditions. And if any of you know anything about praise houses in the Carolinas or in South Carolina on plantations, these were gathering places, small gathering spaces for enslaved and free people to engage in worship or community gathering. The image of the mound, burial mound, which is something we're looking at elements that have cultural ties to both the Lenape tradition as well as the African traditions and African-American experience. The upper right, you will see pictures, that is the motif of a sassafras leaf, which is a motif that's used at the Lenape Center in Lower Manhattan. But of course, for some of you, you may realize that or recognize that the sassafras is also used in cooking traditions, African traditions as well. And then the chalk drawing, it looks like an individual drawing a cosmogram, which again, symbolic, part of a Congolese tradition, but of course forms of circles and you know, moving between the spiritual world and the physical world, and all of those elements, using and thinking about those traditions, those cultural traditions, as a way of designing a space for this site. Next slide. And so these are images that we are firming up the plan. There's a street, it's actually a building, which, as I described, is a building for a shelter for people experiencing homelessness. And as a part of that, that building and an exterior space, there is dedicated space for the public for the reburial of the remains. And if you look on the top, the third from the left, that is the plan, and the circular mound is a burial mound and a garden for reflection. And the interior space is a room, again, for ceremonial gatherings, reflection, or, you know, in some cases, educational. At the end of the ramp, as you come down the ramp on the interior space, embedded in the wall, is intended to read in several languages, I am here, I am home, because the remains of enslaved Africans were removed from this site in 1903. And the, you know, part of the plan is to bring those remains back to their resting place, at least some of them, the ones that we are aware of. Next slide, please. So how we choose to remember is crucial to my work with descended and marginalized communities, empowering their voices, building context, reframing discourse, and shifting attitudes around cultural values requires us to embrace perspectives and narratives that are unique to community. It's essential to capture stories from within our communities and to appreciate their deep cultural insights. The stories we tell ourselves and each other hold significant meaning, and they are powerful and can profoundly influence our identities and how we engage with one another as individuals, as communities, as a nation. These stories remind us of who we are and where we belong. Let it be your North Star in your memory work. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Please, if anyone has questions for her, I do see, and Jeannie, I'm going to let you take over from here, but I just want to say personally, thank you for your presentation. It's really, really profound and awesome. Awesome. I'm just so grateful that I had the pleasure of being on a panel so many years ago that at the Charles Summers Museum down in Washington, D.C., and Howard University, Dr. Michael Blakely, that you may have met in your travels.
I worked with Dr. Blakely.
Okay, because he was coming up there to get the bones and the remains and bring them back down to Howard, and he was supposed to be on the panel with me. And so,
okay, wow.
Yeah, yeah. So
can you bring everybody up actually on screen? Oh, I don't know if. Yeah,
Jeannie would have to take down your slide there.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Wonderful. Yes. So it was just wonderful to know that you have had that connection with him and that I've had that connection with him because I did get to speak to him afterwards, you know. Now I think he went on to William and Mary University. So
yes.
I'm so grateful that that was at the time when they were just finding the bones, the remains, and they had to get the federal building to move itself a little bit. in order
Yes.
to make space for the memorial. And also some other of my friends and associates up there in New York, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and surrounding areas was also able to attend when they did the services up there. So
Okay.
wonderful job, and thank you for being a part of this. I'm gonna stop and let Jeannie take over and see if there's any questions that needs to be asked of you. Okay.
Okay, great.
The only question that I see is from Maxine, who has her hand raised actually. So Maxine, if you want to unmute.
Hello, good afternoon, Ms. Jorde. Thank you. At the beginning of your presentation, you gave a quote about how we remember our loved ones. Can you repeat?
Did you mean when I said, I don't know, was this about how, what defines us as human? Is that one? What defines us as human is how we bury our dead. We may, I don't know which.
I think it was right. It included that as well.
Oh, okay. I don't remember, but you know what? I can look back over my notes just to make sure. And share that with you. I really don't know.
Maybe if you put it in the chat during the time, once we move along. Thank
Okay. Okay.
And Maxine, we might be able to see that once we review the video later on, and we'll be able to capture, we should be able to capture it then. There's so many times when we're speaking, we're saying things off the cuff, and it sounds like it's so profound to you, but it's like, huh? What did we just say?
I know.
Right? Right, Peggy?
Right. Some things in at some moments I speak extemporaneously, and then there's some things that I try and keep to the script only because you're trying to move through slides and get through a presentation. So I do apologize, not quite remembering.
Okay. We have a next question from Dennis Montagna.
Okay.
Yes. Hi. I just wanted to say hi to Peggy, and
Hi.
I feel particularly privileged actually I've worked on the African Burial Ground Memorial Project, and worked on as part of the completion team with the National Park Service to try to complete the work that you began.
Yes.
And when I first started working, it was like late 2003. After the project had gone to sleep for about 5 years with GSA. And so I remember when I started, I was talking to Cheryl LaRoche, who's a good colleague, a friend of mine, and Cheryl said, "This is very powerful work. You will see the power of this place." And she was not wrong. She was not wrong. And it was, and at some point we should get together and have a drink, because I think we can share adventure stories, because it was the last 4 years of bringing the memorial to, that's mostly the project I worked on, was the memorial. So that 2003 to 2007 period was utterly fascinating from a sort of a bureaucratic and a re-engagement. We were able to re-engage the community that you had brought together, and to find out that everybody, even after 5 years of sleep, everybody was eager to come back together and to move forward. And it was incredible. And I just want to thank you for your work, and definitely would love to compare notes with you at some point. So.
You know what? That's it's I'm so happy that you said that, and you made yourself known to me, because the image that I showed twice in this presentation of the people sitting around a big table, that is in 290 Broadway. And that is after I had been away from the project for as long, because I was there for 4 years, once the design competition, running the design competition for GSA. And then I was away. I was whisked away. I was too much for GSA. So I had a Harvard student ask me the other day, it's like, wasn't there conflict for you working with the government? And I said, yeah, I used to work for government, but when I realized, as I said, this work changed my life, I left government because I knew that that was the only way that I could work with my community, because I wouldn't be trusted otherwise. And I ended up serving as a consultant, which is how I met Dr. Blake. But even before then, the activist work within city government that I was working on, I alerted Dr. Blakey. I didn't know who he was, but it was important for Black leadership to be a part of that project. And then I became one of the leaders of that project. But, coming back to that meeting, that round table that you saw, was a brainchild of mine. I went to the National Park Service and I said, because I'd been away for many years raising my kids, but I never lost sight of this is the work that I wanted to do. And the Park Service was incredibly receptive when I said, I want to co-host an ancestor feast, and I want to bring people who worked on this project back together, because I felt like something exploded and people went off in different directions, and we never got a chance to debrief on. You're talking about the stories you want to share, you'd like to compare notes. That's exactly what I wanted to do. And that's what that first meeting was about, was to try and reconnect with people. And
well, I think I was a little too much for the Park Service at times. But I was a full-time employee, so they couldn't do anything with me, basically. But anyway, but it was very powerful work, and it's something that really has helped to lead me in directions that I've gone since with the Park Service. But it was. But it was there were challenges built in. I mean, when we got involved in 2003, it was clear behind the scenes that the Park Service was going to be coming in and was going to have a leadership role over time. But at that point, it was still a GSA project. And so we were working within a GSA structure. And that was really challenging. And that whole both the design selection, and we implemented the same program you established, but after a while, and we were at the point of, you guys had picked the 5 finalists, and that's when it went to sleep. So we picked it up there, had those community meetings. I think they had been planned for both Brooklyn and Manhattan. I tried to get it expanded to work with, because it's a national memorial, to look at Black communities other places. I tried to hold one in Atlanta and one in Chicago. GSA would hear nothing of that. So the fallback was that we had one in each of the five boroughs. So we were able to engage people who had not yet been engaged, who had not yet been heard from. But anyway, but that's all. And I actually had to give a talk on, I keynoted this same group a number of years ago and talked about that. But I think the work that you did, it all bookends, and there's this continuity and a flow that is really, really fun. And
and during the time that you were there, I will say that National Park Service reached out to me because they wanted to re-engage me, and then GSA was not going to have it. Because there were just some things I was just not party. I just did not want to go along with.
Sometimes it was comical, and I don't want to go into too much of this, but at one point during the design development, GSA was trying to cheapen the project, and so they decided they were going to not plumb the structure. Well, this is a libation chamber. So whoa, excuse me, we're not going to have water. We're not going to have fluid in a libation chamber. So anyway, so that was a whole nother thing. While it was being built, this all was going on, and the Park Service eventually brought funding in order to make that happen. I said, you can't do this monument without water. So anyway, but that was just one of the sort of, I like baseball analogies, and it's always a case of trying to foul off enough pitches so that you can still stay at the plate. And that's kind of what it was. But anyway, but I just wanted to thank you for your work, because believe me, without your work and without the work of and I recently read the interview that you'd given, and sort of without the insight that the guy who worked for the city, who clued you in on this, You know, I think he's a German. He was German.
Yes, yeah, German
I mean,
American
so it's
guy.
like there's this whole community of people that somehow find each other and good things come out of it. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank
Now,
you.
we have a question from Mr. Stephen Lyons.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Barksdale. Peggy, thank you. Thank you. Absolutely tremendous interview. I'll try and be as concise as possible. I'm with Friends of Shiloh AME Church and Cemetery in Westtown Township. And I used to live in Harlem up until the pandemic. Has a special place in my heart. And I'm an actor, musician, so storytelling and filmmaking is very close to my heart as well. But when I was living in Harlem, I had actually learned about this AME church, literally 1 mile from where I grew up. 1817, 15 United States colored troops, 140 graves. A lot of complicated conversations. So I'm interested. I'd also, during that time, discovered the history of the African burial grounds in Lower Manhattan. One of the things that struck me was that in the initial discovery, the developers were not planning on making this public. They were just going to build over the site. And the community had pushed back very aggressively. And then they had got discouraged or had stalled for a while, if I'm not mistaken. But then they renewed their fight and they pushed through. So community engagement is so important. One of the questions I have is, how do you engage communities in which trauma might be an issue, in which some communities and audiences are driving conversations, and it creates silo thinking in terms of perspective and narratives? How do we care for those spaces and enter into these conversations with open heart and open mind and building community?
Well, it's funny. I think you just described what needs to what has to happen. Sometimes it's environment and oftentimes as well, recognizing that all of that, it's like therapy. It's not one conversation. It's lots of conversations with lots of different people. Because oftentimes projects like this, and I just want to step back a little bit, not to change the subject, but just to kind of correct a little history. There was no discovery. The United States federal government used the people's money to hire people to tell them exactly how the site was used. So they went in with their eyes open. It is a public document. All you have to do is get an environmental impact statement, which anytime you build in most cities, you must know how the site was used throughout history. Because if it was some nuclear plant, maybe you don't want to build there. So that's what you do. So you hire professionals to tell you the information was in the environmental impact statement. So the federal government, GSA, knew how that site was used. What they did not know was to what extent the resources were protected. So the story that the other gentleman was saying that, hey, I had heard about this environmental impact statement from a gentleman who worked for the parks, the city parks office. I started investigating before they even broke ground to find out how this site, how is it that the federal government was going to plan to move. So I just want to correct that so that when people say, oh, they discovered it, they didn't discover it. They knew it was there. So it's really a rediscovery, a re-uncovering of this. But in terms of dealing with communities and the trauma related to that, I mean, it's really about listening, and not, and engaging in as many listening sessions as possible. The site that I'm working on uptown, it was COVID, but we had online listening sessions with broader, New Yorkers. We had online listening sessions with the organization that serves this community who's experiencing homelessness, which are primarily Black and brown people. Okay. We had listening sessions with their clients to understand how do they feel about that. And everybody comes to the table with different perspectives about whether, hey, would I want to be in a building that is on a burial ground? It's really about being patient and listening and trying to get as much information from the community as possible. And I think, there's no one pat answer, I have to say, because each community is different. And even the scale of people who take an interest in these sites, it's all different. It really is. And it has a lot to do with also the leadership in the community. And when I say leader, I'm not talking about elected officials. I'm talking about what I found that is every community that I've ever worked with, you will have folks, there'll be one or two people who show up at every single meeting. And those to me are people who are community leaders. They are the ones who can be a major asset for any project that you're working on because they've taken an interest and they themselves then become the conduit to the larger community, descendant community that you're working with. I don't know if I completely answered your question, but I don't think that there's one answer to that, but except, beginning to listen.
We have a question yet. Jeannie, would you go ahead and give that, please?
Yeah, so this is a question from Dr. Steve Burg. What advice do you have when starting to work with a burial site where there may not be known descendants?
There is a document that I want to share, and I don't know if it's up online, but I'll try and give it to someone, give a copy so that everybody can have access to it. But there's something called a rubric for interpreting slavery, engaging descendant communities. And one thing that we learn, and the reason why I say this is because it really answers that question. Because of our history in this country and in many places where who we are as a people, African Americans, and a lot of the records that are there are either absent, missing, or not complete. With the African burial ground, we could not connect anybody as a direct descendant to anybody in that ground. But that did not in any way eclipse our recognition as those people who are African Americans who identify with that site, who are there as stewards and feel akin to that site. They, in fact, are descendants, and we will recognize them as descendants. But this rubric really describes it well. So being able to, and oftentimes, because we know for a fact that the records are missing or they're really kind of scattered, it's usually used as a power thing to shut voices of the descendant community down by saying, well, we can't connect anybody directly to the site, so there's nobody really to steward it. But I think that you really, in the work that we do, Dr. Blakey, myself, and others, it's the community, the local descendant community is the descendant community, and they are recognized as the voice for a particular site, whether you can connect them directly or not.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Peggy. All I can say is I'm sure we all have learned something from your presentation. We're going to learn more from you as time progresses. I just want to make note of the fact that some of the slides that you were showing that actually was not within the boundaries of the United States, we had the same issue no matter where we are in this world. It's the same thing, especially when it comes to African American or just Africans as slaves, and those who were left in the Bahamas or in Haiti or in the Dominican Republic, or because Christopher Columbus was everywhere. In fact, he's buried down in the DR, and I actually got to visit his grave. So it was everywhere. It's everywhere, and we're having the same problem. And it doesn't matter. It's just not in the boundaries of Pennsylvania. It is around this world, and
Right.
So wherever we are trudging, wherever we are talking about this history, and again, like I told you earlier, when you're looking at that ground, all you see is maybe some green grass, except for up in New York, like you said, okay? Underneath of that, it's a bunch of dead people. We're all the same color on the top, but we're green, okay? So let's get it real, let's get it right. Peggy, God bless you. Thank you. We're going to move on because I know Bertha has a whole lot of people that she wants us to learn about. And if there are anything, is there anything that you folks want to know about? Please put it into the chat. Please let us know, and also try to support us, because we're trying to bring you the best of the best. And like Dennis had said earlier, he's been in your spot, Peggy, because he was our presenter a couple of years ago, and he talked about the African American burial site up there in New York, the slave thing. And also, like I mentioned, I got to talk to Michael Blakely several years ago, and we were supposed to be on this thing down in DC. We were working with archaeologists and everybody else down there, and it was wonderful. And so it's just, you just never know who's behind the scenes.
That's right. That's right.
And we're there to support each other, and that's why we're on this here call. Anyway, I'm gonna turn this next segment over to Bertha, if I have it right. I'm trying to remember everything in my head. So we're gonna go into the Cemetery Stewards case studies. All right, so hopefully you'll all stay tuned and listen to what Bertha and the other stewards have to say. Okay?
Yes, hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. My section is going to be talking about, as Barbara just said, the case studies for the stewards. And I'm going to introduce, we have several speakers, and I'm going to be introducing the first cemetery, the three cemeteries that are going to be highlighted. And the first one is Payne Chapel AME Church Cemetery in Washington County. That's in for those who are not in the state of Pennsylvania, that's in the southwestern part of Pennsylvania. And the speaker is going to be Hazel Murray. Hazel is an amateur genealogist who is interested in documenting and bringing recognition to Payne Chapel AME Church Cemetery in Canonsburg, Pennsylvania. She is currently concentrating on the 29 Civil War veterans buried there. Hazel? Turning it over to you.
Okay, I would like to try to share my screen, Steve, because I changed some of the slides. So could I try that first? And then if it doesn't work, then we'll use the slides I sent to you. Sure. So I press share screen.
Mm-hmm.
And then select the window. I hope I can do this. Now, tell me if you see it. Does anyone see it?
So you are sharing your screen.
There it is.
Yes, we can see it.
There it is.
You can see it.
Yes.
Okay, now first I need to say that Reverend Marilyn Fisher and I are co-partners on this project. And my understanding is that you, Reverend Fisher, are going to give a brief history of the cemetery, and then I will do this part, sharing the slides, showing what we have done since the grant. So Reverend Fisher, are you there? And can you say hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want to go ahead and give the brief history of the cemetery?
Sure. First, I want to thank you for this invitation. My name's Marilyn Fisher. There's like a feedback. I'm not sure if Ms. Hazel, you need to be muted. Okay. My name's
Miss Murray, if you could mute yourself.
Okay. I currently pastor 3 churches, all of which are the African Methodist Episcopal denomination. And we're always excited to share the revelations, the ideas, the resources that we encounter on this very precious project it's become to us. So when I was assigned to this third church, Payne Chapel, the congregation was concerned, among other things, about maintaining their cemetery. And the year was actually 2020 during the pandemic. And the church had been closed for several years due to this substantial leak that was in the church in the roof. And that's where it all began for us. So this story of Payne Chapel, AME Cemetery, it has a very rich history. And it has romanced the hearts of a group of people and evolved into an ongoing story. We've been uncovering mysteries with clues that become evident each passing day. Hence, that organization of the Payne Chapel AME Cemetery Committee was formed a few years ago. And the mission statement of this organization will be shared in that following PowerPoint by Mrs. Murray. Payne Chapel African Methodist Episcopal Church Cemetery was established in Pennsylvania. The Legislative Act of number 317 in the year of 1854. The land was owned by John Chase, had been escheated in the state after he died without a will or heirs, and Act 317 transferred ownership of his approximately 3-acre plot to the trustees of Payne Chapel AME Church, and it was to be used for a church and a cemetery by this African American community in Canonsburg, PA. There was a time in 2000, in the year 2000, a local Boy Scout troop, he was working on his, I don't know what you call that. It's a project that they have to fulfill. His name was Brian Yanoski, and he gathered volunteers to clear debris and trim the grounds as an Eagle Scout project. That's it. Okay. He made a map identifying 164 memorial stones. 44 of them had no inscription indicating who had been buried. So the update of this past year, it's just been a beautiful story since we started on this. But she does have a PowerPoint presentation, Mrs. Murray does. So I present to you Mrs. Hazel Murray. She is dedicated, I'm telling you, and she is so diligent for the work in this project. And I just so much appreciate her. She's been very instrumental and valuable in the research and physical labor as well in this Payne Chapel AME Cemetery project. Ms. Hazel.
Ms. Hazel, can you unmute yourself, please?
Ms. Hazel, can you unmute?
You're unmuted now.
Okay, now I have to go back and share the screen. It's working. 1 second. While I'm doing this, I just want to say that the presenter that Peggy King, Jorde, that was an amazing presentation, and I'm really having trouble getting here now to do this because I was just so amazed at how much you presented, so many good ideas. But let me begin. Okay, so this report begins, this is for Canonsburg, when the Observer reporter featured our cemetery as a recipient of of the PAHG grant in July of 2023. They wrote a beautiful article, and this is just the picture of the cemetery at that time. So we had a site visit as a result of that grant. That was in September 2023. And I believe some of the consultants are here on this. Thank you so much for coming. We received our report March 19th in 2024. We had been working on the cemetery prior to the report, and were delighted that some of what we were already doing was recommended in the report. One of the things that I did was I made an inventory of all of the damaged stones. Now, Reverend Fisher said that, I believe there were, she said, there are 800 burials, at least 800 burials in that little 3-acre site, but there are only 170 stones, and only 140 of them have readable inscriptions on them. So I made an inventory of the stones. This is not of all of the people buried there, but of the 170 stones that were there. And I classified them into these categories. And then we set about trying to rectify them. This particular stone is of Eli Butcher, and I'll use him to tell you that we have 19 stones of Civil War veterans. This one has a fading inscription, and we did get recommendations about what we could do about that. One of the more amazing finds in the cemetery for me was this stone. It's Samuel Cottle. He died in 1861. And so I remind you then that this cemetery predates the Civil War. He died in 1861. We have two other people who died prior to the Civil War and were born in the 1800s. We have their stones. This stone was particularly challenging. I had no idea that all of this was underground. We had a very skilled person come in and help us, and he put it together. We didn't know it had a pediment on it, but this was one of the more intricate repairs that we did. Another challenging repair was of several stones where they had, the trees had grown into them. And the person who did this was amazing. It was a challenge to not damage the stone, but he literally got the stone out from the roots of the tree. There's the tree, and moved it over. We've not only been repairing stones, and of the 170 stones that are there, we have repaired all of them. Unfortunately, though, there was a tornado or a big wind that knocked down a tree, and we now have another damaged stone that needs to be worked on, but we've pretty much completed working on the stones. We now are concentrating on getting the cemetery maintained. We do know there are more people buried there, perhaps back over the hillside. And so we've been having what we call preservation projects, and they are work days at the cemetery. We've had 3 major ones so far, one in October of 2023, one in the spring of 2024, and one on this past October, we had a work day. I won't try to read the flyer, but we take care to make sure our work people know that they are in a cemetery, a sacred place. We get them to sign the waivers, and we tell them not to touch the stones. The first project, the one back in October, we had volunteers from the community, old and young. We were kind of fascinated with this gentleman that showed up, and he never said a word much to anyone. He just went about picking up broken branches and moving them. The pile of dirt in the back, these young kids, they moved that pile of dirt around into places where the groundhog holes were compromising the position of the stones and also making it difficult for people to walk. This is the last preservation project. We just had that in 2024. And this group of young people are from the Peters Township High School close by. This is their 3rd visit. They were there on the 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd. They are committed to helping us. If you notice in several of their hands, they have blue pruning shears. The club sponsor purchased 9 of those specifically for the project here at Payne. More recently, June 1st, 2024, we had a celebration of the 200th anniversary of the church. Now, the church was established in 1824, and so 2024 is the 200th anniversary of the church. As a part of that celebration, on day 1, June 1st, we actually featured the cemetery. And the program, it featured the unveiling of a historical sign, which I'm going to show you. We were able to get a Mon Valley Academy of the Arts Regimental Fife and Drum group to come. And we also had, and I didn't list it here, but the VFW Unit 191 in Canonsburg, they also participated. And we did at that ceremony a roll call of church founders and Civil War veterans. It was very emotional. We rang a bell, they had taps playing at the end. Day 2 was devoted to the church. So let's take a look at what we did on June 1st. So we are trying to engage the community. We do have the backing of the mayor. So on June 1st, Reverend Fisher is standing there accepting the proclamation from the mayor of Canonsburg after the unveiling of the sign. And I'll tell you more about the sign, but please look in the background. That's the little group of the Regimental Fife and Drum. They're waiting in the background. When the ceremony starts, they actually start beating the drums and playing the fife, and they marched in and lined up and helped us to celebrate the people who are buried there. As for the sign, we had applied for a historic sign. We didn't get it, and so I just plowed ahead because I found out you could make your own sign. And then we found that the Jefferson College Historic Society in Canonsburg has a series of historic signs up all over town. And so we joined up with them, and they helped us to produce this sign, or at least to use their logo and their coloring. Most important on the sign, while it's about the establishment of the church, it is also about the cemetery. And it does say that in the cemetery are the headstones of 4 church founders and 19 African-American Civil War veterans. It also alludes to a school that was built on the property. More about that in another session. This is the Mon Valley Academy of the Arts. It was heartwarming to see them celebrate and pay tribute to the veterans buried in the cemetery. As a part of our ongoing challenge to promote, or to, I guess the right word is to bring recognition to the cemetery, we have produced a trifold pamphlet, of which we're very proud. The inside contains information about the cemetery itself and a listing of all of the veterans who are buried there. So what are we up to next? Well, most immediately on November the 11th, we're having what we call open touring, where we are inviting the public to come and help us to celebrate and recognize the veterans who are buried at the cemetery. We are also working on signage, documentation, programs, and events. And this sign, don't try to read it because it is not in English. It is a mock-up of a sign that we hope to have set in place at the entrance of the cemetery so that when people come, they can see what the cemetery is all about. We are doing all of these things to fulfill the mission of the cemetery committee. The mission of the cemetery committee is to provide for the preservation and maintenance of Payne Chapel AME Church Cemetery, bringing recognition to its historical role by documenting its past and honoring and paying tribute to those who are buried there.
Excuse me, Hazel.
Oh, yes.
All right, thank you. Because I was just going to say we have 3 other speakers, and we do want to leave time for questions and answers before 12:30, which is the time slotted for this particular session. So thank you very much for that fascinating information. I was happy to see that you do have a historical marker. I know that there are other cemeteries that are looking to do the same thing. I know Friends of Shiloh out of Westtown Township in Pennsylvania is looking to do that. So you just may be contacted by some people. Thank you very much. The next person that we're going to talk about or have present is Eastern Lights Cemetery in Blair County, which is in South Central Pennsylvania. The speaker is going to be Harriet Gaston. Harriet is the branch historian of the Blair County NAACP. She has researched, documented, and presented the history of Blair County's African Americans since 1997. She is working with the Blair County branch of the NAACP to preserve, and to restore Eastern Light Cemetery. Harriet?
Thank you, Ms. Bertha. So Steve, you can upload the PowerPoint and we will get going here.
Can you see it?
No, I see the file, but not the PowerPoint. And I was thinking I would, if this was going to happen, I would share the PowerPoint that I sent to Steve. I'm not sure if you will be able to see it because my camera is not working, but I can try. Oh, okay. I think we're maybe.
Can you see that?
No,
No.
still your files.
You might be sharing the wrong screen. There's multiple screens you can share.
Yes, thank you.
Great.
So this picture comes from the newspaper article when they received the PSA about the grant. So that was done in 2023. You can click again, Steve. Something should come up and then we'll just move on to the next screen. Up, yeah. Keep clicking. So these, I have access, of course, as anybody who has access to your public library, you can get into newspaperarchives.com using your library card. And these are just pictures from past cleanups of Eastern Light Cemetery. The cemetery was established in 1864 by at least 4 African-American men in order to bury the citizens of Altoona, black citizens of Altoona, because they were not permitted to bury them in the white-owned cemeteries. So unfortunately, when these men died in the late 1890s, the cemetery did not have anything in place to keep it going. So it fell into disrepairs. Continue on, Steve. Next. And click. So what you're just seeing again is the number of times per decade where a cleanup has occurred. The one in color, you'll see 3 young men who are Boy Scouts. One of them was working on his Eagle Scouts project, which resulted in the signage you see in the upper left hand of this PowerPoint that says Eastern Light Cemetery. Continue on. Eastern Light Cemetery is about 1/3 of an acre, which wasn't aware of what that meant. So it's about 15 square feet. The little yellow box is where the cemetery is located in the town of Altoona. When the cemetery land was purchased, Altoona was not that far out. So it was on the outskirts. As you can see, the city continued to grow. And at this point, it is surrounded, by a street, by another cemetery, by homes, and an alley. According to some of the research that I and some other people have done, there may be approximately 200 people buried there. Many of them are children and infants. In addition to that, we have the cemetery has the remains of 6 United States colored troops, the youngest son and his wife of William Nesbitt, who was the best known Underground Railroad conductor in Blair County, the first Black Altoona area high school graduate, of course, the men who purchased the land for the cemetery, and also the founders of the 2 Black churches. Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church, founded in 1863, is still in service, The Bethel or 16th Street African Methodist Episcopal Church, the building still exists. It was founded actually in 1858. And then the latest building was built in 1922. It does not exist as that church, but there is another denomination using that for worship. Next slide, please. So thanks to the grants, we were able to purchase the items to help clean up the cemetery. We are working on creating an organization called the Friends of Eastern Light Cemetery. Another fundraising idea we had was to have our first Juneteenth in Blair County. A predominantly white church, Episcopalian, reached out to me about this, about having a Juneteenth, and I asked them if we could use the donations to as part of the preservation for the cemetery, and they were very gracious. They had received a grant to hopefully feed about 100 people. We had slightly over that number of folks who showed up. I've been working with the NAACP of Blair County and to try to do something. The young man who heads up the organization has a young daughter, and he was telling me that Friday, September 27th was an in-service day. Therefore, that was a good day to reach out to people to ask them to join us in getting some of the cleaning up of the Eastern Life Center occurring. We reached out to the local high school, they have a student organization and a class on African American history. Of course, the NAACP branch members and the local VA officers there were interested as well. And I have been in touch with Professor Renee Nichols, whose public relations class at the University Park of Penn State University has put together a package for us to help promote it. We hope to continue to do that through the different other activities that will occur in Blair County. Next slide, please. And so these are pictures of some of the items that have been purchased using the grant. It's a wooden fence that surrounds it and not preserved, not weatherized. So, for example, the wooden caps on top of the fences have deteriorated. You can just pull them off. On the right-hand side, there you can see some of the cleaning supplies when you do the research on what to use to clean up. Headstones, be they marble or concrete or quartz or whatever. Next. And another picture of some of the other items, of course, like gloves and water and spray. Spray for waters that clean up once you've scrubbed them with the appropriate material. Next. Last slide of another items that was purchased as well. Continue. Some of these items we will be using in the spring. And next. So these pictures were taken on Friday, September 27th at the Eastern Light Cemetery. So you can see some of our volunteers cleaning the headstones, and over on the right-hand side, the gentlemen are taking off the materials to build a shed. Continue. Next. So the shed was finished. It probably took about 4 to 5 hours. So that meant the ground had to be leveled out, and then sand put it down, and then the pavers, and then the shed. You can also see a couple of the headstones that were cleaned. And to the point of, especially on the right hand one, you can read the name of the person who is buried there. We did not attempt to move or place any of these stones. We know that we need more assistance. Next. So over on the left-hand side are the plaques that we use the funds to purchase. The first one, Eastern Light Cemetery, is replacing the sign you saw in the first PowerPoint slide, because after that article came out, they talked about we were going to get a grant. Someone stole it. The bottom one below it is from the Blair County Historical Society. We've been told the best way to make sure this does not happen again is to put them in like granite or marble or something from, say, a remnant from a monetary organization, a mortuary organization, for that, and just drill down into it so that if you want to pick up the stone, go for it, but I don't think you're going to get too far. We will continue to use Juneteenth as a fundraising effort for in the preservation of ELC. We will continue to look for days such as like the in-service days where youth can join us in as well as others. My hope is, because this is not the only Black historical cemetery in Blair County, is to create a brochure similar to what Payne AME Church has done that informs people where these cemeteries are and who is buried in them. And I know we're going to be working on a Facebook page as well, informing people about our efforts. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Harriet Gaston. I just have a quick question for you. You said that you are beginning to start a Friends of Eastern Light Cemetery group. What is it that you're doing to go about that? Who is it that you're trying to recruit?
Anyone interested in history and African-American history, local African-American history. So that can occur, for example, in the summer, we have an African-American Heritage Festival. And therefore setting up a table and reaching out to those who come to it and asking them, do they live in the area and would they like to learn more about Eastern Light Cemetery. I know I've been working with the Blair County NAACP at some of their events as well, in recruiting people. I will probably also send a letter to the local Black churches.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. The last cemetery that's going to be featured is Zion Hill, Lancaster County in southeastern Pennsylvania. The two speakers are Celeste Leslie and Christopher Vera. Celeste Leslie is a retired United States Navy who currently works for the Department of Labor, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Her volunteer work includes board member Zion Hill Restoration Project, board member Columbia Historical Preservation Society, board member Underground Railroad Museum of Pennsylvania, and acting programs coordinator of the African American Historical Society of South Central Pennsylvania. Christopher Vera is the manager of the Columbia Market House. He is the president of Columbia Historic Preservation Society and chairperson of the Zion Hill Cemetery Restoration Project. Chris is a premier lecturer on Columbia's history, on its ghosts, and he is an Underground Railroad tour guide. Celeste?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
You can go to the next slide. I want to give you a little history of Zion Hill. So Zion Hill Cemetery was established in 1920 by the Borough of Columbia for its Black population. Prior to 1920, the borough actually had two Potter's Field cemeteries that were used for burials of people of color, and they were adjacent to the Mount Bethel Cemetery. Mount Bethel is a cemetery that's been in Columbia since its beginnings. So we have burials in that cemetery from the 1700s. Now, one of these Potter Fields still exists in Columbia today at Mount Bethel. When the Potter's Fields became full, the borough made arrangements to obtain a new burial ground, and that is Zion Hill Cemetery. Bodies from the second Potter's Field were exhumed and reinterred at Zion Hill. So if you ever visit the cemetery now, you'll see tombstones that predate the 1920 establishment. Zion Hill remained the burial ground for some of Columbia's Black population into the 1940s. We're not sure why the burials ceased, and there are no burial records. The cemetery became abandoned, overgrown, forgotten, and in the 1970s, it became a point of controversy when Route 30 was being built. That time, numerous headstones were reportedly moved and piled along trees, like in this picture here. And the highway went through the cemetery, etc. Throughout the years, there have been many cleanup projects at the cemetery and include an Eagle Scout project and the Columbia Rangers coming in regularly to do cleanups, but it never was maintained properly. And one thing I want to add here is that Zion Hill Cemetery was always owned by the Borough of Columbia. And I want to acknowledge that they now take an active role in maintaining the cemetery. Then use the next slide. Our restoration project began in 2021. And the Columbia Historic Preservation Society acquired the stewardship of Zion Hill Cemetery in order to preserve and honor those people that played a significant role in the shaping of Columbia's history. Our goal is to transform the cemetery into a memorial park so future generations can visit and hear of the contributions made by the souls resting there. Our ongoing research into this forgotten history will also recognize the many roles played by the residents of Columbia's Toe Hill neighborhood. So it's not just the history of the people that are buried there, but it's also going to be the history of the Black community in Columbia from the late 1700s. Next slide. So far, we removed several dead trees from the cemetery. So if you look at this picture, if you go out to the cemetery now, almost all of those trees are gone. A lot of them were dead. Last year at Columbia's Arbor Day celebration, Clifford Edmond and Samuel Edmond were honored. So this spring, trees will be planted in the Zion Hill Cemetery in their name. And Chris, can you tell us a little bit about our other tree acquisition we're having? Chris, are you there? Well, I guess he's not there. I know he's working in the
There you go. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, good. Go ahead.
All right. So I was just for the Pennsylvania's 250th anniversary and our country's 250th anniversary. They're running a program throughout the state with the Masonic Lodge of Pennsylvania to plant liberty trees throughout 67 counties, one tree per county. And I was just emailed the other day by the Masonic Lodge in Lancaster that they would like to plant possibly the tree in Zion Hill. Now there is some little things like, they would like to have Revolutionary Army, soldiers, but they really think that this cemetery should have the Liberty Tree planted in this and have a ceremony with the Masonic Lodge planting that tree. So it's a really great honor, especially for this cemetery.
Next slide, please. We were able to clean headstones in the cemetery. You can go to the next slide. We replaced the missing headstone for our Civil War soldier, Private Benjamin Loney. I'm not sure when this picture was taken, but the tombstone disappeared at some point. So we were able to get a replacement through the Veterans Administration. Next slide. And then we also obtained a headstone for the first burial at the cemetery, and it was Civil War soldier Private Jared Alexander. We don't have burial records, so we're not really sure exactly where his grave is, but his headstone is in a temporary location right now. It's going to be placed more in a memorial section going forward. In the next slide, we had a geophysical survey that was completed by John Mullen of Four Oaks Geophysics. And this project was completed with the grant funds from PA Hallowed Grounds and Preservation, Pennsylvania. Thank you. And I'm gonna let Chris tell you a little bit more about those results.
So we, back in 2011, River Towns USA from a local organization had a gentleman come in and do a ground penetrating radar on the cemetery. Well, his findings came out with 66 bodies that with the anomalies, what he would call anomalies. So we really wanted to go over this again, really with a fine-tooth comb, with a grid pattern. So John Mullen came, and who lives right outside Columbia, and well known to do work around the whole United States. So we brought him in. He gave us a really great price on doing it. Basically cut 50% off of the price. And his findings with the bodies that were reinterred in here in this cemetery, Zion Hill, as we believe they were put in a different direction compared to the ones after 1920. As you can see that map, you can see them in two different directions. He came up with 257 anomalies inside this cemetery. So, and there could be more into the backwoods, but right now we're doing a study to acquire the backwoods behind this cemetery. So, but it was great findings. All these locations come with a GPS so we can actually go right to that location and plant a cross in honor of that person buried there. So it was great honor, great findings. So it moves us forward of finding every location. Do we know who's buried here? No, we'll never know, but at least honor them in the future. So.
Well, in addition to that, through research, through obituaries and death certificates, we were able to identify over 160 names of burials at the cemetery. And we do have a list of those names available at the Historical Preservation Society. And in the future, we plan to install a panel at the cemetery with a list of names. You can go to the next slide. We replaced weathered crosses that were at the cemetery. And with the findings from the geophysical survey, we'll be installing an additional 21 crosses using the GPS locations. And those should be in place by the end of the year. And then we also were able to put in a new flag donated by the state representative, Brett Miller there. And Chris talked a little bit also about the landscape project that we have that you did with the grant money also.
Yeah, so we with the other grant money we got, so the signage area was really getting weathered and it was sinking into the ground. So that was done over 10 years ago. So with the grant money, we brought him back. He replaced all the brick, reset everything with the signage. Also, we want to make sure everything seems natural out in the cemetery. So I purchased a lot of wildflower seeds. So out on all the perimeter of the cemetery, we planted wildflower seeds. So next spring, these natural flowers will come up and beautify the cemetery.
Okay, next slide. So far, we've also installed 3 benches that were purchased by donations from family members. And we had 8 panels of stories of Columbia's Toe Hill community installed in the cemetery. So these panels include the history of Zion Hill Cemetery, the history of Sawneytown and Toe Hill, which were historical Black communities in Columbia. We have the story of William Baker, Harriet Cole Baker, and their parents. Story of Hannah Bosley, she was known as the Corn Doctor. The story of the Colored School and Katie Patterson. Katie was the first Black student to graduate from Columbia High School in 1882. We have information on the United States Colored Troops and Buffalo Soldiers in Columbia, and we have the story of Private John Green, United States Colored Troop, and the story of the Columbia Race Riots in 1834. And I definitely encourage you to visit the cemetery and read about these people. Now, all these people are not buried at Zion Hill, but again, we wanted to have an area in Columbia where we're telling the stories of Columbia's Black history. And these are definitely from the 1800s. And I do want to let you know that I just ran across this website. It's called the Historical Marker Database, hmdb.org. And if you go to that site and type in Zion Hill Cemetery, you'll be able to pull up the markers and you can actually read them online. Next slide. We're continuing to work on the cemetery, and in next spring, we'll be installing the hometown banners that they have throughout the borough. But this is for some soldiers that we actually have some photos of in their uniforms. And those are Private Benjamin Loney, and he was the United States Colored Troops, and Corporal George Sweeney, another United States Colored Troop. And they both are actually buried at the cemetery. And then we have Private James Loney, who was a Buffalo soldier, and Sergeant Albert Randolph, who was a Harlem Hellfighter in the World War I. And Chris told you also that we are in the process of obtaining the land behind the current cemetery where we believe additional burials have occurred. In the next slide. And the headstones in this makeshift garden have been removed, and we will be placing them in a memorial wall. Now, the headstone for the first burial, Jared Alexander, will be moved and placed next to that memorial. And this should be completed next spring. Now, these headstones were not ever located at any graves. They were just lying next to trees throughout the cemetery, etc. So we just wanted to bring them all together and make one memorial to honor them. And the next slide. And we welcome you to join our Facebook page, Zion Hill Cemetery, Columbia, PA. And on there, you'll get updates on this project, announcements of any upcoming events, and stories of persons buried there, like Ephraim Morris and Cecilia Loney Morris, who are buried in the cemetery, but they have unmarked graves. And we also plan to have a Descendants Day next year after our memorial is installed. Our project has been funded by donations from families and businesses in Columbia, grants, and we received, thank you again, and assistance from the Borough of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Celeste and Chris. I have to say, all three of these presentations were wonderful, but I'm going to say at Zion Hill, I actually did visit your cemetery back in the spring. And yes, it is beautiful. Those panels were fascinating. I took pictures of every one of them because it really did describe the history of the Black community out there in the Columbia area. Now, you mentioned the possibility of trying to see or try to see headstones in back in the woods and the forest part of it. How do you all plan on going about doing that? Because I'm thinking about one of the techniques to find disturbances is LIDAR. I don't know if you've heard of it, but your GPR person could probably tell you about it. Because one of the great things about that is that it can go through foliage. It can look down to the ground through the trees and forests and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you.
And you're welcome. And then at this other question about the Descendants Day. I know that there are some cemeteries, or quite a few cemeteries, that are looking for descendants. Other than just, maybe looking on Ancestry or something like that, how else were you able to find descendants to have your Descendants Day?
Well, basically, I did start with researching and finding who we know that's in the cemetery. And then just starting to do outreach to people that I did know that may have been descendants and trying to find people that way. So like the Loney family, I knew one person who was related to them and then was able to find some living descendants at this time that are not still living in Columbia of there. I'm fortunate enough to have my mother too, who is in her 80s, who grew up in Columbia. So she knows a lot of people. So the cemetery, the time frame is between 1920 and 1940, and she's actually familiar with a lot of these people. So I use that as a point to try to find other descendants to bring them in for that day.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Now, we do have a few minutes for questions and answers for all three cemeteries.
Okay, we received one question twice, essentially, for Hazel. And folks would like to know, can you share resources for preserving gravestones from fading? Hazel?
The information that we have not done a lot of cleaning our stones yet, but we are using the report that we got from the consultants. They outlined how we should go about trying to make the inscriptions more readable, how to clean them, and we really haven't done it yet. So I have to beg off on how to do it.
Okay. We do have another question for you, Hazel.
Oh.
So Alex Kern said, love the description of your preservation work days. What have the young people shared about what they are learning or questioning?
Reverend Fisher, you've talked to Mr. Oren, the club sponsor recently. Do you want to take that question?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Hazel. It's been really a great time with that horticulture club. I just on a whim went out there and said, you know, what are some of the local high schools around us, and looked for who was interested, who might be interested in some kind of project for the cemetery. I came across this horticulture club for Peters Township. Little did I know what that would turn into, because I sent an email to, I found I think he was I forget what he is. Is he, what is he? He's some kind of, well, he's the sponsor for the horticulture club, but I'm not sure what he teaches. But so anyway, he got in touch with me and they came down and he brought a group of, I think, 10 to 12 people the first time. These were the best group of people. And I'm telling you, I think, like, don't limit yourself. I say this, don't limit yourself to where you think there are going to be African Americans to help. There's all races wanting to help with this. So please don't just say, you know what, they're not going to be interested because in African American history, they are. You know, Miss Hazel has done a wonderful job with, she's a master gardener, right? So can't get any better than that when you want to do some cleanup. She does little printouts for them. She shows them some things, you know, like what different types of plants are, what are poisonous, what are not. And they're able to engage with her because this is the things that they're learning in their club. The other thing was that we in turn bought from them, and they were selling plants, right? And we bought some flowers from them, geraniums, this past spring. So when we did the cleanup in October, Miss Hazel worked with them, and they're trying a little experiment of like digging it up, right, and putting it in bags, and they're going to try to keep it over winter and put it back in again. So that ensures that the clubs continues to be interested. So they are the best group. I've never seen anything like it, and the sponsor is very, very excited. And they've taken this on because my grandson attends that school, and my grandson says, Grammy, your church was on the loudspeaker this morning, you know, so it gets the name out there, you know, as well. We never knew it would turn into that, but they definitely are grateful. They're very grateful. And Miss Hazel, you'll have to tell them about like how they learn. I mean, that, you know, you interact with them more.
Just one thing we do as a master gardener, it's an opportunity for me to let people know about invasive plants in this part of Pennsylvania. And so we do have handouts so that they can identify them and how to remove them. And we also, of course, we did the spotted lanternfly, and we also looked at native plants. We have a hillside and a creek behind us, and my objective is to do something similar to, or to have a landscape plan like, the Zion Hill people, a landscape plan where we could plant some native plants, I didn't think about wildflowers, but that's a great idea too. We could isolate some areas for wildflowers. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right. Well,
Bertha,
yes.
Dennis has his hand up.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of weigh in on the preservation questions. And I was thinking it would probably be good at some point to pull a session together of hallowed ground that specifically deals with preservation methods. I mean, it's talked, we talk about it sometimes, and people are always presenting, and I think it would be really good to try to get a good solid body of information out there. There's a lot of conflicting information about what's good to do, what's not so good to do. And I think it really would be useful to folks to really have a concerted effort to do that. And just looking through, like I have some concerns about some of the materials that that Eastern Light has been using. In some cases for the safety of the stone, but in other cases for the safety of people actually doing cleaning. So I think it would be probably good to try to get sort of a more sort of united, concerted body of knowledge out there, because it's just so easy to get a lot of conflicting information if you're following either different internet sources or contractors and something like that. So anyway, I just want to throw that out there as something that we may want to we want to talk about at some point.
And Dennis, you're very right about that, because we did have a session several years ago on headstone cleaning. And of course, we have new people who are at the helm of the cemeteries, so they don't know what the other people knew, and so on and so forth. And that is something that I think that Bertha and Krista will be working on next year for one of our sessions, to get somebody who is more of an expert in cleaning. At Midland Cemetery, and I also see what Harmon has put out there, Mount Tabor, we're using D2. And D2 has been used universally at the federal level for cleaning the monuments, the White House, the Capitol, and it has been used for many, many years for that. So when they can use it for that and all the mausoleums that's around, I figured we were good with using it at, my cemetery and other cemeteries. And I promote that so much. And also, and you're right, when I saw their display for Eastern Light Cemetery of all the tools that they had and things, I'm like, oh dear God, don't use that wire brush on those headstones.
Yeah. I noticed the wire brush. And actually the wet and forget, I'm not concerned about wet and forget so much for the stones. I'm more concerned about it for the workers, because if you look at the manufacturer's safety data sheets, it calls for a lot of personal protection on that. So, I mean, if there's safer things for people to use, I'd always want to steer them that way.
And you're right about that, because if people don't know, or they're not reading the fine print, or they have no knowledge of what to do, it can cause you to have bodily harm. Or if you're inhaling any of this stuff, you must be extra careful. So anyway, folks, and I'm going to turn it back to Bertha to wrap it up so we can move on to the next.
Yes, thank you again, all of the speakers. This was another fascinating information piece about the stewards and how they're taking care of their cemeteries. I believe the next item is 15-minute break. Is that correct? I'm not.
Yeah, well, we can shorten it if we need to, because we're going to try to keep our presenters going.
Okay, I just want to say about this 15-minute break. It's going to be a musical tribute to a female a cappella group who are celebrating their 50th anniversary this year, called Sweet Honey in the Rock. They were based out of Washington, D.C., and the honor is going to them because of their 50th year, but also to honor and commemorate the founder, and her name was Dr. Bernice Reagan Johnson. Or Bernice Johnson Reagan, I believe. I'm sorry, I'm sorry about that. But you will be hearing some fascinating information, music, because they have a wide repertoire, and the music that has been chosen for today is appropriate for today's theme. Thank you.
the folks will be using this time up until 12:45 so that we can start our next session on time at 12:45. All right.
Cannot hear the music.
Okay, the sound is not there yet.
I'm sorry, did you say there was no sound?
Yes, no sound.
Oh, okay, let's try to fix that. All right, apologies. Let me know if it's going to be working here in just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven.
It's working.
Good.
Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise. Listening skies, let it resound. Loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dawn has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun, let us march on. Gotta keep on. Let us march on, marching on. Let us march on, gotta keep on marching. Let us march on, keep on marching, marching. Let us march on,
gotta keep on marching on and on
let
and
us
on.
march on.
Amazing grace.
Let us march on. How sweet the sound. Let us march on. And once was lost. Let us march on. But now I'm found. Let us march on. Ooh, ah. Let us march on till victory.
A gong king king gong gong king gong king king gong gong king gong king gong king gong gong king gong king gong king gong gong a gong king gong king gong king gong gong.
We come by grace this far, leaning on who we are, holding to what we've been and what we can be. Some paths we take mislead us, lessons we face should tell us what goes round comes around and back again. Round and round and round and round. Inside this maze, the cycle of life is turning. Spirit guide us, inspire us. We come and go by grace, and by the grace of God we go. What vision Compassion guides our journey. Who do we call for mercy to survive? Hold on to thrive, gaining in strength, growing in wisdom. Each breath a miracle, each beat the heart's content. Touch and let go again. Hold on, don't hold back. Round and round and round and round. Inside this mystery maze, the cycle of life is turning. Spirit guide us, push us, inspire us. We come and go by grace, and by the grace of God we go.
Every voice and sing to be lifted, liberated.
This story born of fire, some parts will ride the air. Sweet earth will keep us grounded. Water will tell the tale. Existence with safe protection, unconditional comprehension. Keep your head to the sky so you don't fall. But love in your own perfection is the only sweet direction. Courage it takes to see. Your truth is the way to be free. 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 Step by step by step, this story takes flight. Round and round and round and round. Inside this mystery maze, the cycle of life is turning. Spirit guide us, push us, inspire us. We come and go by grace, and by the grace of God we go.
When I started drinking,
Let it resound loud.
All right, folks, we're getting ready to start our afternoon. And all I can say is welcome back. It was great to hear from all our presenters thus far. I mean, I think we're so far so good. It's that we started off with Pam Bowman and Peggy Jorde, and we're just moving right along with some wonderful information from various sources. And I'm sure all of you are learning something. Maybe it's about headstone cleaning. Maybe it's about putting new headstone up or having side markers, roadside markers for people to learn their history. There are so many wonderful things coming out of this, and I am just so delighted and so grateful that we are all a participant in this. And this is something that we can definitely share. There will be more information added into our chats. And if it's not there, there will be more information added onto our Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds website, and do what we need to do. As you already know who I am Barbara Barksdale. I am the chairperson of the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, and I am blessed and delighted to be a part of this wonderful moment. We will be having new sessions coming up in the 2025, and things with headstone cleaning, and also just sometimes to just relax and regroup and have great conversation with each other as we go through our times of restoration, preservation, and trying to educate the people of this here wonderful world. All righty, so I think it's going to be Crystal that will be introducing our next speaker, which will be. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. No. Yeah, that's right. It is Steve. I don't have my other little cheat sheet with me, but that's okay. Chalk it up to my memory, folks. It's been a long day so far, but it's been a great day because the sun is out and we're just enjoying it. So give me a little raise of hands. Have you learned anything today from these wonderful people? Let me see. pop up your little yellow hand or white hand, black hand, whatever hand you got. There we go. Yay, good. That's awesome. Steve Lyons, all I see is a smile on your face. So it's all good. That's all good. All righty. And so this is a true blessing to have everybody here and learn from that. And then it also tells you that you need to get out of your own little area of town and maybe go visit the the burial site, the African burial site up there in New York, or go down and find out about the different things. I saw that who was it? It was I think it was Altoona. They talked about the young person or the persons that's buried there, and their parent had been part of the Underground Railroad. Those people, they need to get their names on and talk to Crystal about this, about the National Underground Railroad, so that they can have that marker placed on their cemetery. There's so many cemeteries around here that should be able to qualify for that. You just need to write up. It's a lot of work, but you need to write it up so that you can get it submitted and get that plaque on your cemetery wall to say that you're part of the Underground Railroad network. All right. And also for those who are looking for, have those people in your cemeteries for civil rights. There's also a situation where you can get, a plaque for that too, because believe me, people of color have been working and fighting for civil rights forever. So there is somebody, even if there's one person in your cemetery that was fighting for civil rights, find them, notate them, and put their information out there so that we can be recognized as the people that we have always been. All right. So with that being said, I'm going to, I know it's a couple minutes early, but I'm sure Tyler will have lots to say, and I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Stephen Burg.
Okay, and I'm going to hand things over to Crystal. So.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Again, this is Crystal Crampton, Vice Chair, Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. Today, I have also the pleasure to introduce Tyler Stump. Tyler is a director of the Pennsylvania State Archives. He's an archivist, Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission for about 8 years. He is a historian with strong records of appraisals and references and experience. He also works in the Records Management and Archives Program Management Department. He is very passionate about what he does. So no further ado, read about him, check our website out, and Tyler, the floor is yours.
All right,
the Zoom is yours, not the floor.
Thank you. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. It is really great to be with you all. I'm really glad that Barbara and Steve invited me here to be with you all. I wish we were in person so we could be there in the same room, but this will do for today. Let me put a couple of slides up on the screen. All right, if someone can just tell me it looks all right and that it sounds all right, then we can get started.
It looks great.
Thanks, Steve. All right, let me go back to the beginning. So, like we said, my name is Tyler Stump, and I work at the Pennsylvania State Archives in Harrisburg, in the middle part of the state. And Steve and Barbara talked with me a little while ago and invited me to come here to talk about maintaining and preserving cemetery records. And so, this is something I thought a lot about. I only have an hour to speak today, and we could have a whole full day workshop just to talk about records and how to preserve them and how they're really critical to what cemeteries do in preserving their history. But 1 hour is 1 hour, so what to talk about in that. So I'm going to kind of present some things for us to think about, for us to discuss, and hopefully we'll have kind of a good discussion at the end of this. And that just kind of with the caveat that this is not everything, and that I am a resource for you all if you want to get in touch after this. Either if you have ideas, if you have issues, if you have challenges, whatever else, we can always talk about this later on. So this is really just a starting point. It's not just I'm going to share some thoughts with you and then that'll be the end of it. So keep that in mind as we go along. Like Crystal said, I work at the Pennsylvania State Archives in Harrisburg. So we are a bureau of the Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission, and we are located we just got a new building that we moved into recently at the beginning of the year, about half a mile north of the Capitol building in Harrisburg. So please come visit us sometime. This is a picture of our new facility. It's a beautiful place to come and do research and learn about Pennsylvania history from a lot of the original records that we have. The State Archives has been around since 1903, so we're fairly old. We primarily collect records from state government, but we also have a lot of collecting areas with what we call non-government collections. So that would be, significant organizations, individuals, families, businesses all around Pennsylvania that had, broad impacts, whether it was across the state, whether it was locally in a specific area, or whatever else. And we do have some cemetery and burial records. That's not kind of the focus of our collecting, but we do have some things that document that here within our collections. So I have benefited. I've learned from those things myself. So that's kind of a little bit of background. So that's where I come from. Although my office is here in the Pennsylvania State Archives, I spend most of my time, most of my day-to-day in places like this photograph I have here. My primary job is I'm what we call an acquisitions and outreach archivist. So I help the state archives get new records for our collection. So I go out to places where old records are stored and we look at them and we transport them back to the state archives. So as you all know, records can be stored in a variety of different ways. Some of them are great. Some of them, they need a little bit of help. But I think I can say safely now, after working at the State Archives for 8 years, I've probably seen it all by now. I've seen every kind of way you could possibly imagine records to be stored, whether they're 20 years old or 200 years old. So I think that gives me a kind of a good perspective on talking about how do we protect the records no matter what place we have to store them. So that's what I want to talk about a lot today. Aside from the kind of collecting and working with our own records, I'm also involved we have several outreach programs. So we have grant programs that the State Archives runs. We have what's called a community history dialogue series, which I know Barbara was a speaker for in the past, where we invite speakers in to talk about how they're preserving their own community's records and their own community's history. And so it's kind of like an information sharing networking program that we have. And I will share links or this with Steve and Barbara so that they can share all these resources with you. We also run a workshop series called Archives Without Tears, where we talk about kind of low cost, kind of basic Archives 101 training for folks who are, running kind of volunteer organizations and might not have like a deep educational background in how to run an archives or how to preserve things, but how do you kind of do it without a lot of training? So we have kind of those really great workshop series. So that's kind of my background. So I come to this with not just kind of, I work in a big archives with a lot of resources, but I have a lot of experience working with and seeing from people who have successfully preserved history, preserved historical records with what resources, what time, what skills they had that were available for them. So that's what I want to talk about with a lot of us. So here's my kind of hook to kind of segue into my talk today. This is a photograph of a cemetery in upstate New York that I went to, I guess it's been about a year now. And this is it's in a town called South New Berlin. It's kind of close to Ithaca. It's where my grandfather and his family grew up and lived. And I had never been there before, but I happened to be up in New York for a conference, and I was driving home. So I said, I'm going to stop here in South New Berlin. I've never seen the town. I want to see where some of my ancestors are buried. I almost missed the town because my grandfather always said it was a town. It was really a crossroads that happened to have a few houses there. And there was a cemetery along the side of the road. So I finally pulled over and got to the cemetery. And I had an idea of the last name is my mother's maiden name, the Sargent family, who was buried here. So I knew a few names of folks who I was looking for, but I figured if I kind of wandered around, I'd be able to find other ones going further back in my family tree. So here I'm walking around. I found my great-grandparents, and I found a few other names that I recognized, which was great. And as I kept walking around, I started getting into the back section. And as you can see here, this used to be part of a church, but the church is no longer, the congregation is no longer there. So there are some local folks who are kind of caretaking the ground. They mow the lawn, but as you can see, some of these headstones started to turn. And so it made it a little bit harder for me to see the names on the stones to see, were these some of my relatives, some of my ancestors, or was it somebody else? So I got to this point and I was still able to kind of peer around some of these headstones. So I still could figure out, but as I got further back, it got more and more challenging. So this one, we had two headstones. One has, and I'm sure you've all seen this before. I mean, I'm talking to folks who you live and breathe cemeteries, but for me, as somebody who doesn't spend as much time in cemeteries, it was a little frustrating to see this one where I couldn't read the stone on the back. And I wasn't quite sure, just from looking at this, who is here? Is he my ancestor? Is he somebody else? The stone in the front was an ancestor. So I was like, well, they're next to each other. Maybe they are, but I don't know. And then going here, here's another one. This is a great, 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 great grandmother of mine. The headstone had fallen over. It has broken. It's been covered over. And so it was really hard to read. You can just see a little bit of the name, the first name here at the top. But clearly, this is a case where, you know, the cemetery itself, physically, what's physically there is not, you know, it wasn't enough for me to find. Luckily, I was able to go online. There's a local cemetery association who had gone through and done a kind of a burial map of where everybody was in the cemetery. So I was able to find, I wouldn't have even found this stone if I didn't know where I was looking. And they actually had a photograph of this headstone maybe about 20 years earlier where it was still upright. And it was still mostly intact and it had all the text on it. So I was able to confirm that's who I was looking for. So this is just, I think, a great story of, for me personally, without cemetery records, I would not have been able to find my own family in this cemetery, which is by and large pretty well preserved and pretty well maintained. And so, you know, talking with a lot of the cemeteries and the burial grounds that all of us on this call are caring for and are researching and are working with, you know, records are just a critical part of preserving that history and making sure that going forward we can do what we need to do and kind of all the other work that entails taking care of a cemetery, its history, and its legacy. And I know a lot of us, you know, our expertise comes with caring for the physical space. And I know, just talking with Barbara and Steve, you know, Barbara has records on records just coming out of every nook and cranny of her house that document, you know, a lot of the cemeteries that she works with. And those records are so important. And they're something that if they were lost, if something happened to them, it would just be such a devastating loss. So I want to talk today about some of the ways that we can kind of preserve records better, how we can advocate for them and kind of get the resources we need to care for them, and do whatever we need to do to make sure that the records are supporting the rest of the work that we're doing with the cemeteries that are in our care and that we're interested in. So here's kind of a rough outline of what I wanted to talk about today. First, identify some of the kind of larger types or categories of cemetery records. I find for me, it's helpful if we kind of break down, instead of just talking about all records generally, if we kind of break it down into kind of chunks or types of records that we can kind of think about. This might make you all think about, oh, I have these things in my house, or in the space where we're storing records, or maybe in the church's basement where they store their records. But thinking about the categories of records, and some of them have different needs, some of them have different value to us as caretakers of cemeteries. So that's the first thing we'll talk about. The second thing is then we'll identify some of the common risks that come to records. Some of these are kind of common. They happen to all historical records that anybody has, but some of them I think are a little specific to cemeteries and burial grounds and people who care for them, the different associations and volunteer groups. So just kind of thinking about what are the things that we need to watch out for, and, you know, what do we need to be aware of? Then we'll kind of follow up with that and talk about some strategies for preservation. I have a little bit about, you know, paper or physical records, but also about electronic records, because whether we're scanning records or we're documenting cemeteries today on our computers, so we're creating electronic records or digital records, that's just becoming more and more a part of preserving cemetery and burial ground history. So we'll talk about that a little bit. And then we'll follow up with just a couple of other resources or places that I think are helpful for if you want to find more, or you want to find specific information about an issue or a need that you have. And then really we'll just open up the floor, and if anyone has anything they want to chat about that I didn't cover, or if you want to talk about your own work preserving whatever records that you have and keeping them safe, and maybe just talking about what you've done, maybe some successes you've had or struggles or whatever else, we'll have a good chat with all of us. Okay, so just starting off, this is a picture of kind of generally what we want to avoid. And this is actually a picture of my mom's house, who's kind of the caretaker, a lot of my family stuff. And her father was the one who lived in upstate New York. So she kind of she lives in my grandfather's house. He passed away about 15 years ago and inherited all the family things that he had stored in this little cabinet that's underneath the basement stairs at her house. Unfortunately, It doesn't look like this anymore. This is an old photo, and we've kind of taken everything out. But there's a couple things that, as an archivist, I see, and they really just set off red flags. One, things are not very well labeled here. So if you just opened up this cabinet and looked at it, you'd have no idea that this was the family history. There are photographs here that go back to about 1900. There are original letters from ancestors that are from, I don't know, 150 years old. You know, a lot of them were just kind of sitting loose in some of these old beer boxes and whatever else my grandfather was able to cobble together, just a lot of box lids. So nothing is labeled. It's in the basement where there have been water and leaking issues in the past. Some things are stored on the ground, so if there ever was, you know, water coming in, this is pretty close to an exterior wall of the house. That would be a big problem. And it was in a place where it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. My mom was really the only person who knew that these things were here for a long time. I didn't even know where the family things were kept until I asked her one day, and she said, "Oh, I think those are kind of down here in the basement." So just a lot of things. There's just a lot of risks. There's a lot of things that we could do a better job in this case, and we were able. We moved them upstairs. We labeled everything. We actually wrote up a little listing of what was here. So we had, you know, photo albums and photographs and things like that. And we made a copy of that, and we gave a copy to each of my mom's sisters, so they all knew what was here. So that way in the future, if anything ever happened, we'd know what we have and where it is. And so, you know, kind of things like that. It doesn't take, you know, a professional archivist to take good care of records. A lot of this stuff is, I think, fairly common sense once you actually start to think about it. So that's kind of what I want to talk about today. Things that are kind of common sense and things that we all can do. It doesn't matter who you are, what your background is, what you've got. You can take care of records that you have in your care. So thinking about my mom's things that she had in her basement, and just us and the, you know, everyone here on this call, and what records we might have, or people that we know, the records that they have. Our number one goal when it comes to preserving cemetery records, I think, and you know, if we want to discuss this more, that's great. But I think what our number one goal should be, and kind of the thought process behind every decision we're making, everything that we're considering, is if I disappeared today, you know, I as in the caretaker of these records, whether it's I pass away, I might retire, I might move away and I'm no longer affiliated or caring for a certain cemetery, whatever the case may be. If I disappear, I'm out of the picture, the records that are in my care, the ones that I care for, we want them to still be safe, and we want somebody else to, you know, continue to care for them, so they'll know how to get to them, how to care for them, and make sure that others can continue to learn from them and benefit from them and tell the history of the cemetery. So that's our goal. So if today we were gone, the records would still be safe and somebody would know what they are and what to do with them. So think about what you have at home or wherever else you might have your own records stored. If you just, you know, if you were gone for whatever reason, would somebody be able to walk into that space with the records right now, figure out what they are, realize that they are important, and take good care of them? That's what we want to work towards today. All right, so here's the first part where we'll talk about kind of my sense of is kind of the larger categories of cemetery records. And there are 4 kinds that I've kind of identified, you know, working with this sort of stuff in the past. So the first type is what I call original historical records. And these are going to be things, they're usually the oldest records that we have in our care. They're not always, but they're typically ones that were created by the cemetery or, you know, the church or the congregation that was doing the burials or from a funeral home. Basically, these are the old records that were created when the burials were taking place, like during the active burial time period. These could be records about the burials and operations of the cemetery itself. They could be burial lists and maps that were generated originally or, you know, created when people were being interred in the cemetery, in the space. They could be administrative, legal, or financial records from the cemetery itself. So it could be, you know, deeds to property. It could be contracts. It could be payment for interments or for headstones or for, you know, the burial itself. They could be ledger books. You know, it could be a variety of things. These are typically, so kind of thinking about these kinds of records, they have a lot of times the most demanding physical preservation needs, because a lot of times these are, like we said, the oldest things, the most fragile. They could be things that have just been handled a lot over the years. Now, I've seen my share, and I'm sure a lot of us have, of ledger books that have been flipped through hundreds and thousands of times over the years by many people. And the pages are brittle and they're starting to flake, or things have been torn, or somebody decided to scotch tape them back up 40 years ago, and now that scotch tape has kind of turned yellow and it's eating through the paper. It could be, old newspaper clippings that have turned brown and are, like I said, they're kind of brittle and breaking apart. A lot of times just due to the age, due to the these records have been stored in a variety of places. They've had a lot of caretakers over the years. Physically, they have a lot of needs, and so we have to be the most careful with them. Another thing that I think is important to consider with these kind of original historical records of the cemeteries is that, what is their value to us? Kind of thinking about when we have to prioritize what's the most important thing to put in our best preservation place. Original records like these are the ones that are usually difficult, if not impossible, to recreate if they were lost. So if we had, if there was a fire, if something was destroyed inadvertently by mistake, there's no way to get that information back. There's just, it's not written anywhere else. Nobody's alive who remembers this. So this is the kind of the things that thinking about this information. Does it exist anywhere else? Typically not with our original historical records. This is just an example that I have in the state archives that I've used in the past. It's a burial map from Woodville State Hospital, which was a state-run hospital out near Pittsburgh. And this is from roughly the 1920s or so. There was no date on it, so I wasn't 100% sure. But this burial map was, and it continues to be super important, because if you go to this cemetery, which is in Allegheny County, all of the people who died at the hospital and were buried there, they only put a number on the gravestones. So there's no names, there's no dates, there's no names, there's no any other identifying markers except for this burial number. And on this map here, they drew all the plots, and all the names that you see kind of going around the border, they assign, each burial number is assigned a name. So this is literally the only way that descendants of these folks have been able to figure out exactly where their loved one, where their ancestor, where they were buried. So if this map were lost, I don't know, maybe there are other ways. I'm sure you all know about that, but it would be next to impossible for anybody to locate specifically where an individual is buried in this space. So that's something, an original historical record, you can see it's got somebody has scotch taped on the sides to try and repair it on the left side. We've got some rips in it. We've got some kind of brittle spaces on the sides at the bottom right corner. Part of it's been ripped and torn away, so one of the names is actually obscured a little bit, thankfully. We had other records from this hospital that it was a listing of who all had passed away and when, so we were able to find this guy and make sure that we have, we know who that is. But like I said, if more of that were ripped off, we might have lost all that information. That those people could have been lost without this record. So again, original historical records, the ones that we kind of inherit, they come from the original people doing the burials. Really important records, and so I'm sure a lot of us, those are a lot of the ones in our care. The next type of record, these, I don't know, I kind of made my own names up for these categories, but there's something that I call original cemetery group records. And so these oftentimes are older records, but they could be new records that are still being made right now. And so these are ones that are created by, current cemetery caretakers. So people like Barbara and, other folks here on the call. Cemetery caretakers today, volunteer organizations, cemetery associations, folks who are involved kind of in the current day process of caring for a certain cemetery or burial ground. And these are usually records about the kind of the preservation, restoration, current activities of the cemetery. So maybe not involved with the original burials and those people, but it could be things like meeting minutes from a cemetery association. So they're talking about, oh, we had a grave cleanup this year, or, we decided to replace a certain headstone, or people were reinterred, or talking about things that have been going on after the burials have taken place that are really important to understanding the history of a cemetery, of a burial ground, what has happened over the years, things that might not be apparent from just looking at the ground itself today. It could be event materials. It could be recordings of events that are occurring at the cemetery or maybe about the cemetery. And these can be a mix of paper or electronic records. If you are part of an organization that's been around for a while, you probably have older paper records. If you're more present day, you might generate a lot of these on the laptop, on your computer, so they're going to be electronic. And the reason I want to talk about these is I have met with folks before where they care for a certain cemetery or burial ground. And from what they've said, in the past, maybe in the 60s or 70s, there was a very active group of volunteers who were caring for that cemetery. And then over the years, those folks, they passed away. They no longer, they stopped being involved with the cemetery group. They moved away or whatever. And so when that kind of activity with the volunteers kind of died off, they didn't really record or what they were doing, or they didn't save, they didn't save all the records of what they were doing to care for the cemetery. And so, 20, 30 years later, when there was a new group of people involved with the cemetery and caring for it, they had to really start over in a lot of ways, like refigure everything out. So these are records that they can probably be recreated if the records are lost, if they're not saved in one way or another. But it's kind of, it depends on a lot of things. It depends on, like, can people remember all these things? Can you find people who did these things in the past? Are they still alive? Are they still in contact? So these are the kinds of things. They've happened more recently, but it's still like, it's the original record, right? It's not like you have a copy of this. So these would be, like I said, original meeting minutes or notes or things like that. So again, another really important record, especially if the cemetery or the burial ground is changing, big important changes are happening over time after the burials have taken place. They're important things to know now. They might not be a 19th century ledger book or an original burial listing, but again, they can be pretty important. And so that's another thing that I think a lot of us will have. We might store them separately, but they're really important to consider and to keep safe as well. And here's just an example. Here's meeting minutes from a cemetery association who's in New York State. And we've worked with them a couple of times in the past here at the State Archives in Harrisburg, because I forget the reason why. Some of their folks the people buried there had family members who were buried in Pennsylvania, and so they wanted to kind of compare and contrast the New York folks who were buried in the Pennsylvania ones. But anyways, these meeting minutes, they note that it says here, there's an old unmarked abandoned cemetery on Klein Road. The property's just changed hands. And so they're talking about how their cemetery association is documenting the change in ownership of certain burial grounds in the area, and making sure that these owners are aware of the needs of the cemetery and that you can't plow over it and things like that. And so this kind of going back 30 years from now, it could be critical to know who owned a certain cemetery or burial ground at a certain time. What were they doing with it? Were people aware? So things like that. And that's the kind of thing that people might not remember. A current homeowner in 30 years might not know who the homeowner was in the past. And sure, you could look that up somewhere. You can kind of look in the deeds and the titles. But these minutes here are it's a much easier way for us to quickly go through the history of a cemetery, what's happening, who's owned the land, those sorts of things. So again, these are things that, you and I might know that the meeting minutes of the Cemetery Association are really important to save, but do other people, if we disappeared today, does somebody else know that meeting minutes that are 3 years old are something that's important to save? Something just for us to think about. The third type of records are something that I would just call research materials. These are usually more recent records. They're the ones that, all of us on the call or people we work with, cemetery caretakers, historians, volunteer groups, descendants, they're the ones that they are creating to kind of learn more about the folks who are buried, who are interred in a certain cemetery, or if they're researching the history of the cemetery itself. These could be burial lists. This could be ground penetrating radar data if you're doing a survey of a site. It could be biographies or family histories of family individuals that you and others have compiled from a lot of other sources in the past. It could just be notes that you've taken. It could even be, the notes that you took today from this meeting. If you learned something new in one of these sessions and you're taking notes, that's important. That's something that might need to be saved for a while so that other folks can learn from that and make sure that they're, you know, able to take that knowledge and benefit the cemetery in some way. But they're usually things that are made by an individual who's involved with the cemetery somehow, just kind of in the process of doing either research or preservation work or whatever else they're doing at the cemetery. Typically, because these are pretty recent records, they're going to be a mix of paper and electronic materials depending on that person and how they like to do research and write notes. I know for me, you know, I still like to write things on paper for me personally, but other folks don't like paper at all and they want to put it all on their computer and type it up. Also, a lot of these records can be stored in many places and haphazardly. You know, you might have one person in your volunteer group who has all of their research notes and things like that stored in a file folder in their house, maybe in their bedroom or in their, you know, living room. Somebody else could keep it all on their computer, and so they've got it on their laptop, which is in a different house, in a different space. And it could be somebody else hasn't been saving anything. They, you know, they do some research, but once they have kind of the final thing, they wrote an article, maybe they just threw out all their notes. So all of that's missing now. So like I said, it's kind of each person seems to store research materials as they see fit. So kind of according to their own personal style, what makes sense to them. And usually that's fine. But if it's research materials that we want to keep for a longer period of time that other people might learn from, that's something to think of. It might be something that, you know, if we lost these notes, if we lost all the research that somebody did, sure, we could figure all that out again. We could do another ground penetrating radar survey. We could go through all the census records and obituaries and like get these family histories again, but it would be costly. It would be time consuming. It's not something that we want to do if we can avoid that. So we want to make sure if lots of people are storing their own things that they created on their own in lots of different places, that might be something to think about how to, maybe we could make some copies of these. Maybe we could keep all the copies together in one central place. That way it's easier to keep an eye on it. Everyone can see it all at once. You don't have to go hopping from house to house to house. So again, just something to think about. This is another kind of record that has different needs just because of the way it's created, the way that they're stored. This is just one of many examples from the Carlisle Indian School over in Cumberland County. They did a ground penetrating radar survey, and so this is one of the maps that were generated, which they eventually used to publish kind of a final report of where different burials and other things about this burial ground were. So they might not necessarily want to save this particular map that was generated and the data behind it. There were a lot of, you know, like the spreadsheets of the data that's produced when they do the surveys of like each layer of soil as they go down. Somebody in the future might say, hey, I don't need this old spreadsheet. It's just a whole bunch of numbers. I've already got the final report. But somebody else might say, no, I need to see specifically, you know, in this 1 square foot of the burial ground, what was the data for that point? And so if it's lost, you'd have to go and, you know, create that data again. That's not something we'd want to lose. So again, with a lot of these things, I think you and I, everyone on this call, we know why these things are important, but we need to think about how do we express that to other people so that way, if we're not around to advocate for and protect these records, somebody else needs to realize and understand why they're important and why they need to take steps to save them as well. The fourth and final group of records are something that I'll just call copies of historical records. They're related to research materials, I think, in a lot of ways, but they're things that probably made recently. But what these are, they're copies of original records that might be stored in an archive in a library. It might be a copy of an original historical record that you or somebody else, maybe, you know, a descendant of somebody is going to, you know, let you have copies of photographs that their family has. You know, they don't want you to have the original because they want to keep that themselves. But you went over and scanned all their photographs and letters and things like that. So again, these aren't, it's not the original old thing, but it's a copy of that historical record. It could be obituaries, newspaper clippings from, you know, Ancestry or newspapers.com. It could be copies of death certificates because the Pennsylvania State Archives has a lot of those in Pennsylvania. We have the original death certificates in our archive, but a lot of folks doing research make copies of those death certificates, which they would, you know, save on their own. It could be a published family history, could be a book, you know, something that you actually purchased or you have a copy of that was published somewhere. It could be grave rubbings. I find a lot of times these records are electronic today just because that's people like to scan things or, take pictures with their phones of them sometimes, but not always. You depending on the person and how they like to keep their things together and do research or do reference, you might have paper copies too. And these are things that they're pretty easy to recreate if they're lost because somebody else still has the original copy. So we could always go back and make another copy if we wanted to. We could always go back on Ancestry or newspapers.com or to the state archives and get another scan of that thing. It would still be time consuming maybe, and especially if you have somebody in the group or your association who has compiled copies from a lot of different sources and a lot of different places. It might just involve a lot of work to get it back, but it could be done, right? So these are things that when we think about prioritizing what records did we spend the most care on, which ones did we spend the least, copies of historical records, depending on what the information is on it, that might not be something that has to be, it's not our most important records. So we think about how we care for them. That might be something to consider. Maybe this doesn't need as much care and attention as the original historical records we have, or the meeting minutes that we have, that we just can't get another copy of that ever. So those are the 4 types of records, and just examples of copies of cemetery and death records that I have just for my own family research. I have up on here the screen a copy of a federal census from 1940 that has some of my family members on it. I just took this right off Ancestry.com not too long ago. I could always go back and find this again. In the bottom corner, an obituary from the York Daily Record from an ancestor of mine who was hit by a car in Spry, which is near Red Lion, and was unfortunately killed. And so I found this obituary, kind of a report in the paper for it, which kind of gives some more details on it. I could always go to newspapers.com and find this again, but it's in my family file, so I have all these different obituaries, and so I don't want to go back and find them all again. So that's something like I have them kept safe. I have a copy of all these obituaries and census records. My brothers all have copies of them. My uncle has a copy. So that way, if my computer ever melted down or crashed or something, somebody else would have those safe. And so we have a copy of them that were safe. So we've talked about our 4 types of records that we're probably going to have in our own storage, and just kind of thinking about them instead of just a giant mass of records, but we've kind of put them into each of their own little categories. So original historical records, original kind of association or like the administrative records that we have research materials, and we have copies of original historical records. And so what I'd like to do now is just kind of think of how do we protect each of these types of records, and how do we prioritize which records might need the most care? I know that none of us have all the time and resources and people, volunteers, or whoever else works with us. We don't have enough of any of those things to do everything we'd want to do. We can't do everything we'd want in the world. I wish that were the case, but it's not. So I think a lot of times with records, it's really important to prioritize which records are the most important to me, which are the most important to telling the history of my cemetery, my burial ground, and making sure that I take care of those first, that I give those the most care. And then the other records that may have a little less value, maybe we could, we're less worried that those records might be lost. They just seem more reliable. They're a little more stable. Maybe they need a little less preservation work and a little less active care, than as opposed to like the 200-year-old ledger book that we have in our care. So just something to think about out loud. Common risks to records that I see, especially ones that are kept by cemetery and burial ground organizations. The first one is that, this is true in Pennsylvania, but I'm fairly sure it's true around the country as well. There aren't really any legal requirements to save records. And this is, true of cemeteries. It's true of funeral homes. There may be a few kind of records legally that they're going to keep for a certain amount of time, but it's not like there's a legal requirement that all burial and death records must be saved forever, especially if the cemetery goes, they go out of business, especially if that congregation dissolves who was, they had the cemetery on their grounds at their church or what have you. So the problem with this is that, we as caretakers of cemeteries, we can't really rely on others to save things. So it is on us. And so like we said, with some of these record categories, if we lose the record, if it is destroyed or lost in any kind of way, if it deteriorates too much over time, that might be it. That might be the only copy of the record that is lost, and we could never get that information back. And that would be such a tragic loss when we're trying to preserve the histories of these places and the people who are buried in them. So really, I think for that, and I wish that there were, and there's such a patchwork of, and you all know this, a patchwork of laws on how cemeteries must be cared for over time, especially if the original caretaking organization no longer exists. And the same is true for records. So if you have especially copies of original historical records, that might be the only proof that a certain person is buried in a certain place. It's on you. Like, you are the caretaker of this information now. And so, I think that's an important thing that you're doing, but also just being aware that you're the only one who has this. So that's the first thing. The second thing, and I find this, it really depends on who you're talking with and what records, but a lot of current caretakers don't know the best way to care for what they have. And this might be you yourself, who's listening on the call. It could be somebody who has other records that are important to a cemetery and a burial ground. Not everybody knows the best ways to care for records. And a lot of these things I think are common sense. But if you I think especially for a lot of people who kind of inherit records from somebody else, and we find this a lot at the state archives where somebody passes away and their kids get the house and they just say, I've got this stuff. I don't know what to do with it. We're moving into this house now and my own things need to come in here. I'm just going to put it in the basement. I can't deal with it. It's out of the way. And that's a problem for those records because the basement, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, isn't a great place to store records. There's a lot of risks that come with that. So watching out for current caretakers and making sure that, watching out when they don't know what to do with records and making sure we educate them or kind of share with them that knowledge of what should we do with the records. Another big risk to records is when they're stored in many places, just because that can, things are out of sight, out of mind. It's hard to get to all of them at once. So that can be an issue. Same with records not being organized or labeled, so we don't know what's what and where it is and why it's important. Kind of related to some of the other points, poor storage environments are always a bad thing for archives. If you have things stored in a place that has either temperature fluctuations or humidity issues, it could be, near food or drink or pets or children where they could be accidentally damaged. That's always a risk to records, whether it's cemetery or anything else. Kind of related to some of the other points, a big risk is when the current caretaker passes away and other folks don't know what to do with the records. We hear about things getting thrown out, and sometimes I've gone out and I've gone in the dumpster and I've taken out those historical records and kind of rescued them. We don't want that to be what happens. I know all of you would jump in the dumpster too to save the records of your cemetery if you had to, but we don't want it to come to that. And the last couple of points, a lot of electronic records, they can be deleted. The file can be corrupted over time. They can be locked behind a password and then somebody forgets the password, or like we said, someone passes away and nobody else knows the passwords to their accounts or to their laptop or the other devices, and that can be a problem. And then the last point is just there can be information that's not recorded at all. It's like somebody says, well, I remember this stuff, so I didn't write it down. But then if they're ever out of the picture, nobody else knows that information. So it could be a case of a record was never created at all in the first place. And we need to make sure that if somebody has important knowledge to our cemetery, we want to make sure that that is safe and recorded somewhere. A couple of assumptions that I find myself being guilty of sometimes with records, but these are all things I think we should just kind of mindset when we think about the records that we care for, things that we want to avoid. One is don't assume that other people will know what's important to save. That is not always apparent as we think, and I think that's why we need to advocate for our records and tell other people not only what records are and where they're stored, but why are they important? How do they help tell the history of our cemetery and the people who are buried there? Don't assume somebody else will protect the records. Just because you and I think something's important doesn't necessarily mean somebody else will come in if we're out of the picture and know immediately, oh, I should take care of these just as well as the other person did. It doesn't always happen, and I hear about that sometimes too late in my line of work, where I call somebody saying, oh, we heard that the records were here, but so and so passed away and that we threw those out last year or something like that. Don't want that to happen. We want to avoid that. Don't want it to come to that. Don't assume that you'll remember where everything is and where it's stored. We want to make sure that that's also documented, and that other people know where things are stored. And, whether it's in whether it's in Barbara's house or Steve's house or Tyler's house, we want to know who has things and where they are. Don't assume that original labels will help someone understand what a record is and how it documents your cemeteries. I find a lot of times original labels, like, the thing that's written on the file folder or the outside of the paper or the label on the box or something like that, it can have an acronym. It can have terminology that other people might not be important or might not be aware of what that is. It could be names that might not be recognizable to other folks. Like, we might know who this person is, and it was a former groundskeeper of the cemetery, but somebody else might not know who that is. And so if it says, Mr. Green's files, we would know, oh, well, this is going to be about the cemetery and the grounds and some, gravestone repairs that were done. Somebody else might not know what that is, and they might throw it out. We don't know. We don't want that to happen. And the last thing is, we don't want to assume that technology will change quickly. When it comes to anything that's stored on our computers or other devices, whether it's on your own laptop, if you have it stored on a, saved in social media, maybe on a Facebook page, or in, Photo Bucket or one of those other websites where you can kind of store records, like kind of store the files. Technology changes really fast. And so sometimes if we have old records, it's really hard to open them again if we have them on a 20-year-old laptop, or we have them in an old file format, or we have them, saved in a place. If maybe a company goes out of business that runs a website that we're using to store our family trees or our burial lists. So that's just something. We don't want to assume that things that are online or electronic will be safe forever. We want to keep an eye on them. Okay, this is just kind of a couple of basics for preservation of records. This is, if anybody ever wants to chat about this kind of after this talk today, I'm your person to talk to. I can share a lot more resources, but general things to think about. We want to make sure that our records are stored in containers with lids and in containers that will allow for airflow. So we want to think about kind of layers of protection. A lot of times when original records, historical records we care for get damaged, it's because of moisture or water in one shape or another, whether it's a leaky pipe or water is coming up from the floor or something gets spilled or something. So we want to make sure that our records that we're caring for are not directly exposed to anything that could fall on them or get on them in any ways. We want to make sure records that they're kept off the ground. They don't want to be directly on the floor. A lot of times when, if any kind of flooding or water issues happen, you'll give yourself some time if the records are at least a few inches above the ground on a cabinet, on a shelf, on something, on a table. Even if you've got stuff stored, if you have to store records in a basement or something, get wooden pallets or something like that and put the records on them. Something like that. Just get them off the ground. We always advise avoid storing things in attics or basements. A good rule of thumb is if a room is a comfortable place that you would want to be, it's probably a good place to store your records as well. Generally in terms of, like temperature and where it is in the house. Keep records away from places that commonly have food and water and pets and anything like that. Typically we want to aim for around 68 to 72 degrees and keep that temperature stable, and keep around 35 to 45% humidity. And that's a general rule. I've seen records that have been kept in not quite within this range and they've been stored just fine, but that's what we want to kind of aim for. Another thing, keep our records out of direct sunlight. If you do want to have things on display, think about putting copies on display, or think about putting them on a wall in that room where the sun isn't shining directly on it, maybe putting it somewhere else in that room. There's no such thing as too clean when we're storing our records. You can always, think about getting rid of dust and kind of sweeping regularly, looking at records, making sure there's nothing in that storage area that's dirty. Ideally, we want our containers, whether that's a folder or a box or whatever the things are stored in, we want to look for materials that are marked as acid-free. And, there are archive supply companies you can purchase things with, but I think you can also find that from like general office supply companies. Also, if things are labeled as acid-free, that's going to be the helpful thing that we want. And then the last thing to consider, if we've got really fragile records, making copies of them, so scanning them or photographing them, so that way we handle the original copy less because usually when damage happens, it happens when we're handling the record itself. So that's something we want to try and avoid, making copies when it's useful. With electronic records, just a couple things I'll go through. I realize I'm getting close to time and I want us all to have some discussion too. Make sure you back up your records. Always have at least 2 copies of every record if it's important to you to save over time. We generally say avoid storing things on what we call physical media. So this would be like a CD or a flash drive or something else that you plug into your computer. From what I've found, a lot of these things that they really only last a couple of years before the files and the records on them can be corrupted or, you know, lost. That information can be lost. Even the ones that say, oh, this is an archival preservation CD or something like that, they just really aren't that reliable in my experience. Thinking about migrating your files to new formats or new hardware. So don't want to just keep things on that old computer. If, you know, somebody in your cemetery group has a new computer or, you know, there's new software or something like that, think about moving those copies, the files, and copying them over somewhere new when you can. We want to make sure that electronic files have good file names so that somebody knows what these things are. A lot of times I found when you scan records or you take a picture with your phone, it makes a file name that's just like a random string of letters and numbers that doesn't make sense to anybody. So we want to say what this file is so that we know what it is before we open it up. We always recommend checking your electronic or your digital files. I would say annually, but I'd just say every so often just to make sure that they're still all readable. Because sometimes, like I said, a file can just corrupt over time. It could be accidentally deleted or something like that. So we want to make sure that everything is still there. Don't just save it on the computer and forget about it. Another thing is just decide which of your electronic files are important to save and which are not. So you don't want to kind of clutter up your electronic storage space. So thinking about, you know, deleting draft copies of documents maybe that you're writing, or if you have identical copies of photos, so you have 2 photos of the same thing, you might not want to store them in the same folder or something like that. And then if you have things that are password protected, have a plan for how to recover those if something happened, whether it's you know, you have them stored in multiple places, you have that password written down in case you forget it, somebody else has a copy of your password so they can get in if they need to, things to think about. A couple of other general preservation strategies with our cemetery and burial ground records. The first thing is just document everything. I would recommend have an inventory of the things that you have and that you care for, whether it's in your home, whether it's in a shared office or a space that you have, whether it's at the cemetery itself, whether it's somewhere else. Make sure that you have an inventory or a listing of what you have and make sure that that's shared with others so other people know what records you have. And physically label all the records that you have. Write something on the box, put it on the folder, say what it is, why it's important. Even I would say put something like do not destroy, like these are important cemetery records, something like that. We want to make sure that other people, just by looking at them, even if they looked at the record or the document or the letter itself, and they might not realize that's important, they have some other clue that's telling them, I need to take care of this. This is something I should at least look for help for. Reassess your records regularly. So go back and check on that stuff that's in the basement, in the attic, in the closet, and just make sure it looks okay. A lot of times, if your gut's telling you something doesn't look right, you're probably right. And so you want to check things and make sure if something needs to be done, you're doing that. Another thing, we talked about this before, but make copies of important things and store them separately. If there's ever a disaster or something happens and one copy is lost, you'll at least have a copy of that somewhere else. So that's something we could recover. So again, we just want to think about multiple layers of preservation and lots of different things that we do. The next thing, have a written plan for the day that you're not around to keep caring for these records. So have a plan. Where should the records go? Who's going to take care of them? What are the priorities? What's the most important things to take care of? And again, what are the passwords? If somebody needs to get into your laptop, into your tablet, whatever else it is, make sure they can get to them. The last thing is, I wouldn't recommend trusting websites, social media, or any other, especially electronic place that's owned by another company or business to keep your things safe. We have seen kind of in the archival world, a company goes out of business. You know, MySpace is that was kind of, it used to be a really big social media thing. And at one point they sent out a notification, maybe about 5 or 6 years ago. Actually, all the photos that everybody uploaded on the MySpace were all lost. They all got deleted on the server that they stored somewhere. And that's just one example of many. So don't trust anyone else to save or keep things safe. Websites and social media are great places to share information, but not really to preserve that for a long period of time. So just a warning for that. Another thing I've talked about prioritizing records and thinking about what's the most important stuff that we want to spend the most care on. And so that's something you're going to have to make that decision yourself based on what you have and where it's stored. But a couple of considerations to think about: what are my most important records to me? What tells the history of my cemetery the best way? What are the most important records that do that? What would I grab in an emergency? If your house is on fire and you've got to run in and you can grab one box of cemetery records, what would you grab? Because that's probably going to give you a pretty good indicator of what's the most important thing. And I'd love to hear from you all what you would say the most important records that you have. Think about the legal and financial and historical value to a record, because it might be more important in one way and not in another. An old legal document might have, information on the legal title to who owns a cemetery ground, or maybe, part of that, part of the deed might have something about the care of that cemetery and things that might impact us today and how we can care for the cemetery. So it might be a boring old legal document, but it could have real implications for the present day. So that might be important, even though it doesn't tell us where somebody's buried in the cemetery. Another thing to think about is, what would it take for me to recreate this information if this record were lost? Is that even possible? Is it time consuming? Is it expensive? So the things that are the harder to recreate are probably the ones that we want to keep the safest or take the most care with. And again, just thinking, what records are the most at risk? What things do we have? What is the most fragile? Whether it's something that's very old and brittle, whether it's something that's electronic and it's stored, like only one person has a copy of it and it's stored in a weird place or something like that. Think about the different kinds of risk and the things that we've talked about. And then the last thing is, does a record have multiple copies? And which one of those copies is the most important to take care of? I would generally advise, thinking about whatever is the original copy of that record is the one that you want to care for the most. It might be, depending on your situation, it might be different. Or thinking about what's the highest quality version of something. If you have, copies of photographs, you might have an original photograph and a photocopy and a scan on your computer. The original photograph is probably the one that you want to take the most care of. That's things to think about. The last thing I just want to address really quickly: in some cases, the best way to preserve a record might be donating it to an archive. It could be the Pennsylvania State Archives. It could be a local county historical society, whatever the case may be. And this is an appropriate thing to do, I think, in some circumstances. Archives are a great place that can, take good care, and they have professional staff or staff who are trained usually to take care of records. But at the same time, then those records aren't really in your hands anymore, and so you don't have direct control. So it's something where you're going to be giving up, day-to-day control of those records. They're not in your possession anymore. So you're kind of trading preservation for control. And that's something I think is important, because I think, especially if you're donating records to an archive that is far away, they're not going to be on hand anymore. And that might not be a good thing for, your community and the cemetery itself. So it's just something to consider. Think about when the best time is to give those records to an archive. You might have stuff that you're still using right now to do research and to do, preservation work or any other care at the cemetery. So maybe waiting until those programs are over, or until you've scanned and made copies of all the records, and you want to give the originals to an archive or something like that. Another thing is, don't assume that archivists will understand why a collection of records is important. I found a lot of times that you need to kind of sell the records to those archives, sell in quotes, tell them why they're important, why they need to be preserved, why the records are relevant to that particular archive. And that's something that we get a lot of folks who call us and they want to donate things. And it turns out it's not really a great thing to go to the state archives, but there's actually a county historical society or a local archive somewhere that's a much better fit. And so, not saying that an archivist thinks that something shouldn't be preserved, but it's what's the best place, what's the best archive for that to happen. Typically archives, and I'll just say from my personal experience, we like to have original copies of records. An archive will probably be less interested in taking copies of records, but that's not always the case. I know there's some archives that like to they'll scan records for you, and then you'll keep the original, they'll keep the scan, and that way that works. So not always, but a lot of times archives are the best equipped to preserve the original records. So that's what they like to focus on. So things to think about. I've just got up here on the screen a couple of places that I go to when I look for information on preserving records, cemetery or otherwise. The state archives, of course, I have to say we have a lot of good resources on our website. Library of Congress is really great. They have a website called Personal Digital Archiving. So it talks about how to care for a lot of different kinds of records, which I think is really great. The American Association of State and Local History has a lot of wonderful resources for caring for records, whether they're in your house or anywhere else. The Association for Gravestone Studies, they have a lot of interesting things on their website that I've gone to from time to time on how to care for specific types of cemetery and burial records. And then the last thing is wherever your local or county historical society is, they're a great place to call them, ask for help if you just like, I don't know the best way to care for this kind of record I have. I have these really old photographs or old newspaper clippings. They've probably seen the same sorts of things before, and they're a great place to learn from as well. So I will end there. I have our website up here on the screen, my name and my phone number and my email address at work. I realize I'm kind of up on time because it's 1:45 and I thought I would talk for less. But I would be happy to talk with anyone here. I'll stay on if anybody wants to message me back and forth if we've got time to chat. If anyone wants to kind of unmute themselves and talk there, or you can get in touch with me afterwards. I'd be more than happy to talk with you and see what I could do to help you preserve the records that you have at your cemetery. So I will stop there. Thank you all very much.
Okay. I guess we have time for just a question or two. I see Maxine wrote in the chat. So I guess, would you say that paper copies are best to preserve records in general?
That's a good question. I would say typically paper copies are going to be the originals for like our older records. So I would say yes, probably, since they're the original copies of things. That's probably going to be a higher priority. Not that the digital copies aren't also important, but paper is probably, that's what I would, in most situations, I would assume the paper is what we want to spend our time and focus our energies on.
Okay, great. We might have time for just one more question, I think, if anyone has a question for Tyler about preserving your personal records. It was very thorough, Tyler, so. Okay.
All right, great. I have a couple other resources that I will share with Steve and Barbara that they can share with everybody else. After this, just some articles and things that just are helpful to have on hand. But yeah, other than that, please don't hesitate to email me. This is my job every day. I'm here to help people preserve their own records, cemetery or otherwise. So please get in touch with me. I'd love to hear from you.
Well, Tyler, I do have maybe not a question, but some comments, and that's on the Power Library that is located in the Philadelphia region would be a great source for most of our people who are digitizing things, can't keep them on their computers or thumb drives or whatever they have, and then feed them over there to the Power Library where they have a better resource in maintaining those records. Would you agree?
Absolutely. And in one moment, I will share the website for that. The Power Library, and that's actually something we support that as well. It's run by the Pennsylvania State Library. And what they do is they will, they have staff and scanning equipment, and they will actually ship it around the state even. So you can like, you can borrow scanning equipment. So one, they help you with scanning records. And two, they have a wonderful website where they will host whatever you scan. So it's, if you want to scan it and then you can share it very easily with people, you know those scans will be safe because the Power Library is going to take care of them, and they have, you know, people who have that technical knowledge of how to save the scanned copies. So yeah, I know they've done a lot of work all over the state. Can't say enough good things about them. So I would be, I'd really give them a very good recommendation. Thank you.
Right. And they will also go to the extent of connecting with your local library to get the equipment there for people to go in and digitize their items. Okay. So that is a very good resource. The other thing is that, you know, you mentioned about the one map there that it had the map of the state hospital with the numbers. I found that to be the same thing with the SAB, you know, that they would receive the body and then not give them the name, but give them a number as soon as they came in. And, you know, I'm talking about the state anatomical board. Okay. And so if you have a cemetery that has that kind of a person who was not placed into a cemetery in your home area, and they were shipped out maybe from the state hospitals, which many of them were, and sent off to the state anatomical board, designated hospital or a student's hospital, you know, where they were learning, the interns or whatever, and they had to have a cadaver. So they would receive these cadavers, and as soon as they came in, they gave them a name. I mean, they gave them a number because they already had a name. And this is like listed on their death certificates also, you know, that they were shipped there. But then you had to go, I went to do research on people so that I could find out where they were buried. Unfortunately, because they were a number and they were a person that was not considered any high-ranking person in the state, or somebody couldn't get their family member back to them, they were put into maybe a potter's field somewhere. So they all have that number attached to them. Even at our local potter's field, they still have a number instead of a name. So it was not just that particular hospital, it's Pennsylvania State Hospital right here in Harrisburg, same thing.
Yeah.
You know, so it just makes it difficult to locate these people. And that's another resource for some of you folks to maybe reach out to if you are trying to find more information on some of the people that could be buried in your cemeteries. Also, as far as like, you know, the archives, if you have things in your homes that, or in your offices or wherever, you know, take a look at what you have and see where it needs to go to, because you can't take it with you. And in my case, I'm sure my kids are coming here and say, okay, dump truck, come on and get it out of here. But I have, what I've been doing very, 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 very much is trying to get things out to particular museums around the country. I have donated things to the World War I Museum, a beautiful original pictures of all the African American men that was in World War I that the military didn't even have any idea about, because those things, their records had burnt up in Fort Leavenworth. And so fortunately I had the originals of some of them, and I was able to donate them there. I just recently in the last year donated items to the new African American Museum in the Carolinas. The Purple Heart. I did a lot of the research, found a veteran who was here from Stilton and was able to get his Purple Heart into that museum. So don't hold on to things because you can't keep it, and you don't want to sell it. And I'm not about to sell people stuff that is given to me or whatever. I'm going to get it to the right source, and just be glad that you had that ability to do that. So Tyler, thank you so much for participating and sharing your time with us. I'm going to be quiet because we need to talk to Dennis. Hey.
Yeah, so following up on Tyler, thank you so much for that amazing presentation. And we've just had a lot of comments with different groups about the research that they're doing, their records. And so I think that's going to be really, really helpful for so many folks. But as Alex mentioned in his comment in the chat, not only are the records helpful for understanding the history of our cemeteries, but the cemeteries are very useful for understanding the histories of our communities. And so Dennis Montagna is here to provide a couple of words about the role that cemeteries can play as archives. For those of you who don't know Dennis, Dennis has been a regular feature at our annual meetings. He is directs the National Park Service's Monuments Research and Preservation Program. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Studio Art from Florida State University and an MA in Art History from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and a PhD from the University of Delaware. He is a past president of the Association for Gravestone Studies and one of the best people next to Barbara Barksdale to wander around cemeteries and explore cemeteries. So I'll turn things over to Dennis.
Well, that's high praise. High praise, because Barbara and I are planning to do some walking around. I'm looking forward to it. I feel particularly fortunate to be able to do that. Thanks, Steve. And I'll go ahead and share my screen in just a second. But while Barbara mentioned the dumpster pulling up and your kids dumping everything into it, I wanted to show you speaking of my personal archive. When you said that Sweet Honey in the Rock was having their 50th anniversary, it took me aback for a moment. I don't know if it was Bertha or Barbara that said that earlier, but anyway, here's the 10th anniversary concert program from 1983. that they had 2 concerts at the University of the District of Columbia, and it wasn't until you mentioned, I'm thinking, wow, was it that long ago? And yes, it was. But so they had a reunion concert back then. It's unbelievable that it's been 40 years more since that. But anyway, so
and Dennis, I was there. Okay.
See? And the fact is, though, that means I save every program of everything. And the fact that during that 15-minute break, I could actually lay my hand on it. I think Tyler should give me some kudos for that, because I was able to access my archive in that quick manner. Okay, let's go ahead and let me go ahead and share the screen. And I think this should follow on to what Tyler was talking about. Let's see, and let me go ahead and do this. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, do you have it right now, the first slide?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I'm gonna talk just very, very briefly, and this is really just to open up a conversation that I hope we can really return to in the future. And a lot of times when I'm going to talk about kind of drives archivists crazy because it's more work, it's talking about creating new archives, new materials for archives. So I'm calling this Some Thoughts on Archiving Grave Sites. And you see a group of Association of Gravestone Studies people taking photographs of a set of 3 monuments, and someone's holding a mirror in order to allow the inscriptions to show up better, to create a raking light. So here's an act of documenting, and I'm going to argue that documenting is an act of preservation in and of itself. We typically think of preservation of cemeteries as this kind of thing, where we're standing up fallen headstones, we're cleaning headstones. This was a project we did up in Maine about 2 years ago. But there are other acts of preservation that I think a lot about as time goes on, and that's when people have taken an action of documenting at one point or another. And here I'm showing you 2 photographs of the same gravestone at Old Pine Street Cemetery in Philadelphia, one taken around 1900 on the left, the other one I shot around 2010. And that 110 years, that stone went from being fully legible to not legible at all. The only reason in this case we know what's on this stone is because somebody 100 years ago decided to take a picture of a 100-year-old gravestone. So, they were documenting what had existed at their particular time, and that's the reason that we have that record now. Yeah, I think it's really important that we look at people making gravestones, and it's so easy to not pay attention to people that are producing these. This is a guy named Mary Veal who was working. He was making monuments in Jackson, Mississippi. And there was an article, there was a scholar from the Association of Gravestone Studies that went down and did a teaching gig at a college in Jackson. She started nosing these headstones and found out who was making them, interviewed him, got information about his pricing, his list of monuments he would make, and then recorded that, preserved all of that. This guy would have been largely anonymous, except with his own family, with his own community, had she not done that. And she did this work in 1990. He died in 1996. So all of that would have been lost if not for the action of preserving, the action of saving. This goes on everywhere. This is a monument maker in Hoisington, Kansas. And what he's done is there's a small cemetery in Hoisington. He went around and noticed that a lot of people didn't have permanent markers. They had, as you can see, those little the little funeral home markers that are temporary in nature, but many of them had generations of those or just single ones. And it bugged him that these people didn't have permanent memorials. So he went and created permanent memorials this was the first one he made, to Creola Paxton. And he would try to sleuth out. He didn't know these people. He didn't have family members to talk to, but he sleuthed out as much, and he found someone who knew her and remembered that Creola Paxton loved sewing. So that's what he put on her stone, because that's the one thing that he knew about her. So we have her birth and death dates, and we have that she loved to sew. Here's a couple of more. this guy who died and had loved animals. So he depicted him on the left with animals. On the right is this Navy veteran. And he had worked on the railroad his entire career. Okay, well, what I'm arguing here is that it's important that we have photographs of these, because these are very, very fragile. He's painted all of these. Well, that paint isn't going to last forever. You know, the concrete will last a good long time, but we're going to lose that paint. And once you've lost that paint, you've lost a lot of what the creator of these monuments wanted to get across to you. So to be documenting these soon after they were made is really, really important. If we want to take the long view and understand how important it is to preserve the intent of these going forward. I love this one a lot. This was a woman whose husband had predeceased her. She died in 1976. So he imagined him being up a heavenly stairway waiting for her, holding flowers in his hand, and she's at the bottom about to ascend the stairs. I mean, just a really a beautiful concept and a lovely monument. But you can see once you don't have that painted dress with the polka dots, you know, you're gonna lose a lot. So having documentation of that is really, really important. There are about 13 or 14 of these that he's made over about the last 12 years. And in addition to like these, you know, capturing these memorials that are made out of fugitive materials, thinking about how we've used burial spaces, and I have a friend who was collecting these, and these are stereo pairs from the late 19th century that show families using burial spaces. Both on the left and on the right, and how there were graves that were mounded, there were floral arrangements on them. Families would gather, they would have their pictures taken, and they would perform these private ceremonies within these personal spaces, these burial lots. And so we know a little bit about how mourners mourned in these spaces because of the fact that people took photographs of these and that they've come down to us. Here's one from Congressional Cemetery in Washington, D.C., the Heiberger family in 1882. And at this point, they're mourning the loss of their mother. Their father had already died. You can see them arrayed around the family burial space at Congressional Cemetery. Well, the photograph on the right shows what that space is like today. It's completely devoid of that human content of a family ceremony or a family space that they were gathered in. You just don't have that. It's a really mute space right now. And that's what's going to happen at some point to a lot of the spaces now that we use, that our families use to perform mourning rituals. Here's one from the plains somewhere on the left with grave plots being picked out with garlands, with other kinds of things in it, and then a group of family members arranging artificial flowers in an urn. So practicing family ceremonies, family burial acknowledgement. And this is the kind of stuff that I think we really need to be documenting in our cemeteries, because this won't happen forever. You know, you won't have this kind of display past a certain point, past maybe a couple of generations, most likely. On the left, and they both, you know, utilize a lot of the kind of, you know, space defining curbing that you can get at say Home Depot or Lowe's, mulch materials, plant materials, figurines, in the case on the right, flags. On the left is a series of plant materials which were important to the people putting them there. Well, at some point they're not going to be doing that. Families aren't, if they're not engaged, those stones would be removed. They've been growing tomato plants for several years at this particular site. You can see that there. But I think it's important that we take note of this activity because we won't have it forever. This is out in the Southwest. This is just outside Albuquerque, New Mexico, using to define the space using cinder blocks and then rails, fence rails, And this was decorated for Christmas. The family was decorating these at Christmas time. But again, if the family is no longer there, there's no longer a connection. At some point, whoever's caring for that cemetery is probably going to remove all of that stuff. Here's another example. These are both from Southern California, Native American family that had adorned their graves, and it was very important. You can see how the rocks define those spaces. But looking at the materials people choose, the objects they choose, the plant materials, all of that is important, and it's very, very ephemeral. These just break my heart. I mean, these are baby graves from I think it's Greenmount Cemetery in Baltimore. And here's a baby on the left who died not even just a little over a month old, and the family has a photograph of the baby in a plastic baggie. It was important for them to have that kind of remembrance at the grave site, at least for a particular time. Another one, there are toys. You see these quite a bit, but that's a moment, that especially that one on the left. That's a moment that doesn't last for very long, and I think it's important to note families in this way. Some of these that are mostly just plants. This is a fence. There's no grave marker per se. Planted materials, fencing. So it's a very ephemeral, and I think it needs to be captured and a memory of it preserved. Here's two more. One is in Utah on the left-hand side. Again, stones to define a burial site. On the right is at Mount Auburn Cemetery in Baltimore, African American cemetery there, which the grave is only defined really by the plant materials and by the rocks. So the kind of things that should be preserved. Now, in looking at these and thinking about these, one could also say, okay, maybe in addition to grave sites, we should also be memorializing, capturing the memory of these other memorials that don't mark a grave, but mark usually oftentimes a place where a death occurred, and it's a way for the community to come together. This is at the beach at Topsail Island in North Carolina. On the left, someone who had drowned, and this is a memorial that's been maintained over a fairly long period of time. On the right is Lower Merion High School, which is about a mile from where I live, and this is where Kobe Bryant went to high school. As soon as Kobe was killed in the helicopter accident, immediately there was a memorial created there. This guy actually drove down from New York specifically to pay his respects to Kobe, and I think his sign says something like "Legends never die." But again, this is a very ephemeral thing. Within a matter of a week, all of these things that were left, this whole shrine was gone. So unless you captured it in that period of time, you weren't going to have that memory of that human action there. So in closing, I think there's just kind of a few questions, and I was really glad to hear Tyler's talk, because there are a lot of questions when you have archival materials, how you go about preserving them. How does it? You just kind of move this so I can see it. I can't see my thing. Okay. How do you establish recordation protocols? And Tyler addressed this a lot. You look to the National Archives and Records Administration, the Library of Congress, the state of Pennsylvania, I think, provides great resources too. And these activities of recordation can be crowdsourced. If you're talking about your own individual cemeteries, you can pretty much take care of that. It's pretty easy. But if the idea is to capture a broader geography, how would you do that? And then establishing protocols are really important in terms of what kind of file size, how are you going to store that media, all the things Tyler talked about earlier. And then, is it feasible to document the way grave sites change over time? You may want to have successive years or over different holidays, the way people mark grave sites, and you may want to be capturing those changes as well as a single effort. And then where does that archive live? And this is really a lot about what Tyler was talking about too. Where does that archive live? Who maintains it? Who migrates information? How do you make sure that these materials are still going to be available to people 100 years from now? And then the last question is, what other questions should we be asking? And I would kind of throw that open to anyone to really talk about. But anyway, as I say, this is kind of sort of a short period of time, but these are just some initial thoughts that I wanted to offer, and questions about taking note of these gravesite spaces, and especially we're the only people who are contemporary to these places right now, and it's within our ability to really preserve them for people 100 years from now. So anyway, thanks much. And if we have any time for questions, I'm happy to have comments or questions.
Are there any questions or comments for Dennis?
Well, I always got something to say. Dennis, yes. I noticed that the baby that you had in there actually died 29 years ago today.
Oh, today? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, October the 19th is on her headstone.
Oh my gosh.
On its headstone. I was like, oh my God, maybe that's your tribute to that child.
I guess. I mean, I shot that in probably, would have been November probably of 95 or no, it wasn't quite that quickly, because the memorial was, it was probably that following spring.
Mm-hmm.
But a monument can become very, very mute at some point. It's just this thing, especially some of the flush mounted ones. But these, you get little glimpses sometimes of what the loss meant. And I mean, maybe it's not for us to, personally, it's not for us to maybe know that, but I kind of think that in a way it is, in a way it perpetuates that life a little better than a stone, a single stone amongst a whole host of stones does.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's very important for all of us to remember especially since we're dealing with old cemeteries. And when I'm talking about old, we're talking about the 1800s, 1700s, or whatever. And again, it doesn't matter which color a person is underground, because on top is green or brown or whatever. The bottom line is that when you're pulling out these trees and the weeds and stuff like that, you're also pulling out the artifacts, not necessarily a bone or anything like that, but you might find that old glass. You might, like in my case, I was finding glass from Prohibition. I was finding stuff from, with the glass that's, I can't think of the name of it, is like silvery, shiny purple and all different colors of old glass that people would bring their flowers up to put at the headstones, or because they didn't have a headstone, they just put it there because that's where they thought their grandparents, like in my own case, my grandfather is buried there. So you're going to find these things. You might even find old coins and something that is going to be, because remember, well, maybe you don't, back in the day, they used to put pennies on the people's eyes to keep the eyes closed. So you're going to find those coins somewhere within the cemetery. You might find that old metal or that ornament, or even a coffin handle that, like I found coffin handles, and those are now in the State Museum archives, because they didn't have anything like that before. And so there's just so many things that you can find in the cemetery. A cemetery is full of educational tools, whether they're for a child or, a person that's in 5th or 6th grade, or somebody who is at the college level and writing their thesis. There's so much to be learned from that. And so again, how do we archive it? How do we save it? What do we do with it? And, how do we keep it for those generations to come, to inspire them to continue with this history that we're doing right now? So,
and if it's going to happen, it's going to be up to us.
Yes.
Because, we're the people here now while this is happening. And, it's really going to be, if it doesn't happen for us, then it won't. Steve.
Hi, Dennis. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We have a difficult situation in which the 60s, the church and the headstones were most likely illegally removed and destroyed. So how should the community think about if they come across artifacts or remains? Because in a way, it's an act of harm that has been done. So it's a very difficult question, but how should we start to look at that?
What you mean? You mean in terms of actually preserving artifacts that you have? Or...
Yeah, like they were dumped in a specific area, and we think we might have found a few pieces.
Yeah, yeah. Is there an ability to preserve it within a protected environment? I mean, different cemeteries have different, abilities to preserve objects, but
yeah, one of the unique challenges, and I would be interested in learning how many other cemeteries in the state are dealing with this issue, in which a private property owner owns the land and he does not allow access or maintain the site. So it creates a hamstrung kind of situation in which we can't get forward motion.
Boy, you're describing like the worst of all possible worlds there. It's like the story gets worse every time you add some detail to it. Unfortunately. I guess, I mean, in terms of if there's any way to just record what you're finding, it's when you don't have access, that's really tough. And I mean, different states have different laws about that. I mean, a lot of states can't prohibit access, but in some states they can. So, yeah, it's a really tough one. I mean, I've done some work looking at institutional cemeteries where there were not headstones, or as was discussed earlier, Tyler was talking about numbers and sort of maps that show these numbered headstones. A lot of times, they've gone back and kind of created memorials too, but see, that's not going to really help you because you had a very specific circumstance there. But to sort of create more appropriate memorials for people who've never been memorialized properly. Steve.
No, and I was just going to say, I know Steve is sharing about Mount Shiloh, and I was just thinking this actually perfectly segues into our next part of the program, where we were going to ask for folks to just sort of share about what's going on. I was wondering, Steve, if you might be willing to, for people who aren't familiar, just say just a couple more words about the situation there, but also some of the things that you've been doing to try to bring visibility and bring publicity to the situation there.
Sure, I'll keep it brief. Just gratitude for Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, because without you guys, we would not have been able to really intelligently think about these issues and how we connect community and histories and people. Shiloh dates back to 1817, in which it was deeded to the AME Church, thrived for 100 years. Reverend Jarena Lee preached there. Reverend Henry McNeil Turner preached there. There were meetings in the woods in which both blacks and whites prayed together. And we think that this had connections. Well, it's also an example of self-emancipation. Isaac J. Winters was his church sexton for 60 years, and he ran a station on the Underground Railroad. And so it's in the center of also a Quaker community across the hill from the Westtown School. 140 graves, 15 United States colored troops. We held the first decoration day for Shiloh in front of the courthouse steps in Westchester in May of this year in an attempt to help raise awareness of this issue. But one of the challenges we face is an uncooperative property owner and a township that is tired of dealing with this issue because it is a headache for them, since the private property owner does not have any communication, nor does want any communication. We tried to partner with Chester County Historic Center, History Center, to create some engagement. Again, reaching out in a positive way. We'd like, your perspective, since you own this property, and how we might find a cooperative solution. But the headstones in the church were demolished in the 60s by another property owner, and it's unclear whether or not that was, it apparently is illegal according to cemetery law at that time, but it's obviously an immoral action that happened. So there are questions about the destruction of that site, and also questions as to the deed, which is not clean at all. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Yeah, and I think just, Steve, if you want to just say, because you've done some really interesting public events too. I know you're, was it Juneteenth? when you did the event at the courthouse?
Yes. And it really was the first opportunity for the public to come together and create a community event. We were honored to have Dr. Cheryl Renee Gooch, Dr. Tanya Thames Taylor speak, and also our beloved Bertha Jackman, who spoke beautifully and has been instrumental. She's been the keystone in helping us with this work. But also a descendant of one of the USCTs buried at Shiloh. We were able to get in touch with Lonnie Nichols, and he spoke impromptu. He came up all the way from Ocean City, Maryland, and he spoke beautifully about his great-great-grandfather Alfred By. And then we did a Juneteenth, and from that, Reverend Gunter, who also led us in the opening prayer, she had asked me to help direct their Juneteenth celebration, which we had the next month. And so it was an opportunity for the community to really start processing and do storytelling, much in the same way Peggy King Jorde was speaking of earlier.
And let me just add also that this particular group has been meeting with various local, state, and federal elected offices, people, trying to find out what the actual Pennsylvania state law is, and how to, what is possible as far as the situation as trying to get past the property owner who is not allowing access to anybody, descendants, veterans groups, or anybody onto the property, so the deceased can be honored. There are also, we're looking at different things. What about a possible historical marker? Such as what one of the other cemeteries did. You can actually buy one. It does not have to be a Pennsylvania state historical marker. You can buy one. And by the way, that one website that the person mentioned, I think it's a HMBD or whatever that is, it's a website that lists all historical markers, not just Pennsylvania state ones, but any historical marker, and I believe anywhere. But that's right. So I just wanted to add that.
Great. I would like to, since we're into our community stories time, I would like to call on Robert Stubblefield. He is in Maryland. And then I also would like to hear from Carmen James, who is with Mount Tabor down there in Mount Holly Springs. So Robert, welcome to the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. It's been a while, my cousin. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for having me. I just want to say, I've been listening to all the information sessions. I have to say, I loved everything that I was hearing. I just want to say, just to say, my name is Robert. I'm with the Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition located in Bethesda, Maryland. I just want to say, one, that we stand in solidarity with the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds Project. So the reason why I'm here, and this is actually, I think, very fortuitous, is because I recently sent out an email, because BACC, we worked with descendant communities in the past, such as PA Hallowed Grounds, because basically we're trying to have a meeting with other descendant groups to craft strong federal legislation to not only protect our cemeteries and protect our burial grounds, but to essentially come up with stronger criminal penalties for anyone who desecrates, whether they're public sector, private sector, or nonprofit. The reason for that is twofold. One is because, and just to backtrack a few years ago, BACC, we actually met with both Alma Adams and Sherrod Brown regarding potential legislation regarding that. And while they were all too willing to agree that the public sector needs to pay penalties, they were a little bit reticent about going after the private sector, even though working with some of descendant groups in places like Texas, Florida, the Carolinas, for example, oftentimes it's a collusion. It's both public and private developers that have played a role in the desecration of Black burial grounds. The second reason why is because, and just to provide context, 2 months ago, BACC, we just had a victory at the Maryland Supreme Court, but which is a good thing. And I'm not, but one of the things that the justices said in their decision is that there's not strong federal legislation providing guidelines on precisely what to do when it comes to like going after public and private sectors. And they say that the laws that they do have on the state books are kind of broad and vague. And so BACC, we looked at it as one, challenge accepted, but also we figured that this is something that all descendant communities need to be involved in, because nothing that's going to be biased, nothing that's biased is going to be for us, right? And so, I loved what I heard regarding the Preservation Act, which, even though it's not being funded right now, and it's been a number of years, but also I do love the practice of the archives, because that's something that BACC has been doing, working with local historical societies, as well as some local universities like Bowie State University, Howard, and American University, because their archives, especially like history and archaeology, have a lot of information regarding a lot of local Black communities within the DMV. That's the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. Mm-hmm. So that's why so when I mentioned this to my to my comrade and cousin Barbara Barksdale, she had mentioned that you're having like this meeting today, and said that she wanted me to come by and hear what's being said by the speakers and everything. And I said, sure, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Robert. We'll have to get together soon, okay?
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
My son is down there in the DMV area. He's a hostage negotiator down in Bowie. So you guys need to connect, okay?
Absolutely. And Bowie is literally is not too far from where I live. I live about good, depending on traffic, 20 to 25 minutes away. So I'm definitely free to meet them.
Well, definitely that. And my granddaughter's down in Alexandria. So
nice.
Yeah, your little cousin. Right now she's stuck in Korea, but I told her to get her butt home tomorrow.
Oh God, yes.
I forgot. But anyway, Carmen, where are you, my dear? Carmen James, there you are.
Hi, how are you? The program is inspiring. I listen to stories and I see the similarity with everybody that is a caretaker of a cemetery. So it's been really good. I'll bring, for those of you, Mount Holly Springs is located in central Pennsylvania, about 30 miles away from Harrisburg, which is the capital. Our little cemetery, and I'm really glad that it's so small because we only have 15 headstones that we've had ground penetrating radar, and there are 60 anomalies. We know that there are more than 60 names because our graves have multiple bodies in the graves. So but we consider ourselves very lucky. We do use D2 for those of you who were looking, as Barbara said, to clean your headstones. And what we find is you don't need it's not screen cleaning that you have to clean them on a regular basis. Once you clean them with D2, it continues to work. And I say that I won't be cleaning another one of those 15 headstones in my lifetime, because they look much better. And we have pictures on our website of before and after. We have 7 U.S. CT Civil War veterans that are buried there. And one of the reasons that I got involved is I walked by that cemetery on the way to the little church that's on Cedar Street, and never knew growing up that there were 7 Civil War veterans. And will continually for the rest of my life be embarrassed by that, because that's something that every kid living on that street should know. And I didn't. And that's really how I got involved in it. Our organization, our Mount Tabor Preservation Project, takes care of the nearby church as well as the cemetery. We are 501c3. between 2016 and 2019, we worked at getting ownership for the church and cemetery because they'd been abandoned. The borough of Mount Holly Springs now owns that. And we have thanks to give to Preservation PA, who put us on their at-risk list, and we will stay on there forever. We're listed on the Cumberland County Register of Historic Places, and we're also listed on the National Register of Historic Places. And I think Steve Burg has a lot to do with that. So I want to make sure that I give a shout out to him because he's always been very supportive when we do preservation roundtables. He's always supplied information that's always been helpful. We are a small cemetery. Our oldest grave goes back to 1888. So far, we have no documentation for the church or the cemetery. It's all digging deep in death certificates. So it's a constant learning, and it's a constant preservation, and it's a constant writing of grants and making sure that you get the word out. And we do tours in the summer, second Saturday of every month in the summer, 1 o'clock, to rain or shine. And today I heard a lot about Eagle Scout projects. And I'll close with this. I'm a big believer in coincidence. Everybody was talking about Eagle Scouts, and today I'm missing, because I wanted to do this. We have an Eagle Scout project that's putting the foundation, the footers in for an arch that'll go above our double gate entry going into our cemetery. And it just seemed like everything that we talked about today, we have either tried or doing or will be doing. So it's good to be part of this program.
So this is wonderful. Thank you, Carmen. And people, you have to go down there and visit her small cemetery, as she says, but it's just as equally important. It's right across the street from the cemetery, which I've been there several times before it was restored. And that is tell them about the church. Come on. Get yourself off of mute now.
Okay, old people tend to forget to take off mute. No, I'm an old person. The church, and it's hard because the church was I attended the legacy. There is, as I said, no documentation, family legacy, and that's the importance of collecting stories and documenting those stories. The family legacy from the Gumby family is that Elias Van Buren Parker, after the Civil War and the death of his wife and first child, walked over the South Mountain with his Aunt Ethel. She had lilac sprigs in her pocket, and we still have those lilac bushes on Mountain Street. And he was instrumental. He was a mason and a contractor. I mean, a mason and a carpenter, and he was instrumental in building the church. And a lot of people, thought it was part of the Underground Railroad. It was not. We found a deed. We did find a deed, 1878, and it was sold to 3 trustees and a new minister for $17 for the sole purpose of erecting an AME Zion church. And one of those trustees is buried in the cemetery. So we're very proud. The church will no longer fall over. And it's a wonderful church. We just had upholstered pulpit chairs delivered yesterday, and we're working at putting all the archives back in. And I will tell you, we've had some vigorous conversations about what we should be putting back in. So I wrote this down. He who controls the archives controls the narrative. So I want to make sure at our next board meeting, I emphasize that, because some folks think we need new pews because the old ones are old. And I think so that's one thing that I wrote down, and I'm going to take back to our next board meeting. But thank you for listening. I could go on and on about Mount Tabor.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Excuse me, Barbara, I do have a question for Carmen James. Do you still offer the seniors in the area the classes at your local, I believe it's your university or wherever it is, but you, at one time there was a class, and there was 2 parts. It was a classroom effort, and then the seniors actually did a tour of your cemetery. Are you still offering that class?
No, but I would be glad to. I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of that particular thing that you're talking about, because I know we're close to Dickinson, we're also close to Messiah, and I don't want to leave out Shippensburg, and we're not really that far from Gettysburg, so I'm not quite sure where the classes were held, but
Yeah.
Well, because I know when we did our very first Pennsylvania Hallowed Ground Stewards Roundtable, your organization was the first one to do that. We had you first. And unfortunately, you were not able to make it that day because of an emergency. But I did see on your website that about this particular class, you know how like it's like community classes. And so therefore seniors were taking this, and I believe you actually conducted the class, the one class.
I think that the only thing I can think of now that, as you know, I'm old and my memory's not all that, but I remember we did something with cleaning headstones, and we at a cemetery, and we invited folks to do that. And then I think maybe there was a tour afterwards, but I think we were in Newville and we cleaned headstones in Newville.
It's okay, ladies. If you can't remember, it's okay.
Okay.
It's all right. What I'm going to, is there anyone else? I'm going to have Mindy Crawford speak for a few seconds here. Are there any other people that would, or a person that would like to add what they're doing at their cemetery, or just have any comments? And, you know, right following Mindy, because I'm going to let Mindy do her thing and then go if she wants. Anne, okay. So Mindy, how about we start with you?
Sure. Thank you. I've enjoyed today. I had a contractor here with loud power tools, so I stayed quiet and off camera. But I'm actually here to share some really great news, and that is that Preservation Pennsylvania, as you know, worked with PA Hallowed Grounds to administer the African American Cultural Heritage Grant. But we have an exciting time coming up. It's our annual Historic Preservation Awards, and each year our top award it's called the F. Otto Haas Award, and it's for basically impressive preservation activities over, I don't want to call it a Lifetime Achievement Award because we don't want to say that your lifetime is over if you receive it. We just want to say you demonstrate a long time of working in preservation of history in Pennsylvania. And this year, our recipient is our own Barbara Barksdale. And so she will be getting the award on this coming Thursday at the Zembo Shrine in Harrisburg. And if any of you are interested in coming, reach out and we can get you a ticket. And Barbara deserves this for all the inspiration that she has provided to all of us, and me especially, because I knew nothing about African American cemeteries before I met Barbara. And, I have actually taken a cemetery preservation class as a result of all of the work that, that we've done with PA Hallowed Grounds. So I am very, very happy that Barbara will be the recipient of this year's award. And then I also should mention that Carmen James, who has now gone off camera, is also receiving an award. Mount Tabor Preservation Group is receiving an award for what we like to call at-risk to award. So things that start out on our at-risk list and eventually come back for an award, that's the best. And so Mount Tabor will be receiving an award on Thursday as well. So thank you for letting me speak for a few minutes.
Thank you. And thank you for thinking of me. That's all I can say. Thank you. And Carmen, congratulations to you also. And we also have Bertha Jackman, who's going to be receiving something in, I think it's December. Carmen, Bertha,
yes.
You'll have to fill them in on what that is and give me I give you 30 seconds. Go for it.
Okay. Well, I'm being honored by the local NAACP branch, the Upper Main Line branch, which is in it's along Route 30 outside of Philadelphia. And I'm being awarded along with 7 other folks and 1 institution because of the history and preservation work that I've been doing over the years.
Thank you.
I'm very, very honored.
Congratulations, Bertha. Okay. All right. Anne Creeling, would you like to say something? You're on mute, Ann. There you go.
I've enjoyed meeting with you guys today. I'm from Virginia. I had a few little things I wanted to say. There was a mention of the preserving current graves, and I don't know. I asked a question about whether folks ever use Find a Grave as a research tool, and
Yes.
I think that has strong potential for preserving things going forward, because people are beginning to put documented biographies of the people that have died, and I think it's a wonderful way to do that. And I use it a lot in my genealogical research. It helps me find people that I'm trying to find information about. Of course, you always have to second source things or confirm. But I had a neighbor, elderly neighbor, that I took care of a while before she passed away. And later on, I was looking for some information about her, some details, and I found a school she had attended, and there were some old class photographs, and talking about from the 1930s, that of various classes of her schoolmates, of that school that she attended. And I contacted the webmaster of that site and asked if he would like it, because my picture that I had of her, that I ended up with a lot of her photographs, was the same background drop, identical. However you take class pictures in the same place. And I asked him if he wanted another picture of that site for that school site, and he was really thrilled. So it was another way. I thought she didn't have any family. There was no family. She was the last of her line. So that way you can keep people's memories. I'm talking about memory work. I think that's a good way to keep people's memories alive. And that's ordinary people, but sometimes ordinary people have remarkable stories, and she was one of those. So just something to keep in mind, not mainstream information, but just a little tidbit. But thank y'all for you putting on this and inviting everybody to attend for free. I've enjoyed all day.
Thank you. Thank you for participating and being here. Alex, I see that you're still with us. Do you want to mention anything about your project? Alex may have stepped away. All right. So what about Pam Rizzo?
Sorry, I was on mute, and I'm kind of, it's a little bit, this is Alex here, a little bit loud in the background. But we are, I'm a volunteer steward with Lincoln Cemetery in Harrisburg, with Saving Our Ancestors Legacy. Visual Carey Williams started it back in 2021. And this is actually our last restoration weekend of the year of 2024. We had to cancel November, which often is really just too cold to do any stonework, and you run the risk of having to undo stuff if it does freeze. But this is we're out today and tomorrow, noon until dusk. People can join. We have multi-generational group and very diverse group of volunteers that are come regularly, and then new volunteers. It's we are recovering stones. Really, it's on a monthly basis, usually, and more and in different kinds of patterns. But just this week, Rachel found a clustering of stones, including that often seem to underground, they sort of sometimes cluster, gather together. We've also found them stacked in very kind of methodical ways, suggesting that they were perhaps put down in the ground at the same time, or fell intentionally, or fell simultaneously. All sorts of it's the landscape and the records on the ground and those archives of the cemetery are just changing on a weekly basis. So we use it. The last person had mentioned Find a Grave. We have family tree for Lincoln Cemetery on Ancestry, but that's behind a paywall. So we use Find a Grave and Billion's Grave also to so that people can freely find ancestors and do public history research. just appreciate the being here at the meeting and the annual event. Yeah, I have a lot of follow-ups to do from the speakers. So those that had mentioned that they could share context, it'd be nice if we can share
Sure.
out the. Yeah.
Well, like Alex
thank you
had
so
said,
much,
Alex had mentioned that, he's with Lincoln Cemetery in Harrisburg, and they also have received a plan from our consultants, and hopefully you're able to implement some of those things that were listed, and it's been beneficial to Lincoln Cemetery in Harrisburg. And I say in the Harrisburg because there's several other Lincoln cemeteries within a 30-mile radius or less. Okay. But Alex, thank you so much for joining with us. What about the last name is Raber, Raber. Am I missing anybody that may want to share their time at? And I see I'm not sure where everybody is coming from. Oh boy.
I think both Steves have their hand up. So.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
I'm missing. You know what? I'm
Steve
flipping
Lyons physically had his hand up and virtually for Steve Burg.
I'm sorry. I thought you were waving to me, Steve Lyons.
That too.
Doing that too.
Go for it, Steve, and then we'll hear from Steve Burg, okay?
Yeah. And just a quick question. I think this is a Bertha question, actually, concerning Ebenezer AME. You guys had there's some good news, I think, right?
Ebenezer?
Yes.
I'm not sure what we're
all right. Ebenezer AME Church and Cemetery in Malvern, Chester County, in Malvern, PA, Chester County, is actually a ruin site. The four walls are still standing. The roof caved in decades ago. And East Whiteland Township, that's in that area, East Whiteland Township has been, I have to say, has been great in supporting that whole property. The church was built in 1832, still trying to find out when the congregation started. But the East Whiteland Township back in the early 2000s actually put up a fence around the cemetery. And just recently, just last week, well, before that, there's been different things going on, Eagle Scout projects and things. One Eagle Scout back in 1989 actually mapped the headstones, and at that time he could see 80 of them. As of today, we can only see about 13 or 14 of them because they've either been destroyed or sunken in or whatever. So that's a lot. But anyway, the township has been helpful, along with my church, Mount Zion AME Church in Devon, who secured some funding from our headquarters in Philadelphia. The African Methodist Episcopal Church, First District in Philadelphia, and it's first because the Mother Bethel AME Church was founded there. But anyway, my pastor was able to secure some funding from that particular conference, Philadelphia conference, and it's been put to good use for such as having somebody constantly maintain and cut the grass. But in conjunction with working with the East Whiteland Township Board of Supervisors and the Historical Commission, who put up a historical marker last year. They actually, the township bought the historical marker and dedicated it publicly September of last year. But last week, the Board of Supervisors was presented with a proposal to help stabilize those four walls that are still standing. And to their credit, they approved $11,100 to go ahead and do that, and as soon as possible. So that's Ebenezer AME Church. It was the property was owned by a Quaker. So, you know, with all those different connections. But like I said, it's a actual ruin, but the cemetery is still there. They also have some USCTs, United States Colored Troops. So that's another big win as far as like cemeteries and church and well, cemetery preservation. So
thank you, Bertha.
You're welcome.
All right, Steve, and then I have one other person behind you, and that would be Soprano Perry. Steve, do you want?
Yeah, I had a question for the group. So I'm on the board of the Locust Grove Cemetery in Shippensburg, which is a cemetery, African-American cemetery that dates back to around the late 18th century. It's on the National Register. The public cemetery in town for the last couple of years has done wreaths across America. And this is actually, they this year asked to extend it into the Locust Grove Cemetery. And so it's going to be happening in December. It's something we've never done before. And I just was wondering if other folks have done wreaths across America, what kind of programs you may have done, and if you have any advice for, because we've never really done a program in winter before at the cemetery.
I've done it for the last couple of years at Midland, and they send you actually the program, you know, so that it's set up from beginning to end. And it's really helpful for the community. They love coming out and taking a wreath and placing it on the veteran's grave. And I think it's a very positive experience, especially for like the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts and everybody else that wants to join in, and old veterans and young veterans and people of all sorts that just want to come out and be, you know, sponsor a wreath as well as place a wreath. So I would say anybody who can do it, go for it.
So it's all, the whole ceremonies are already all laid out.
Yeah, it's already organized for you so that you don't have to try to put it together. They give you a paper, you know, and tell you right now, the wreaths, the special wreaths that they send out that would have the little flags and also the symbols with the military. It shows the Army, Navy, Marines, a little bit of everybody, you know.
Okay.
It's 7 of them that comes out. They should be actually coming out soon, at least the pieces that you're going to put on the wreaths. But once you get the wreaths out there and you open up the big boxes, and just make sure that you have them delivered to where you need them. They're heavy and they're big and cumbersome. And I think Eden gets an awful lot too. Eden Cemetery puts it out, right, Sheila? I think Sheila is, yeah. I know Sheila was doing it last year.
And I saw Carmen had did you have thoughts, Carmen?
For us, it's a little less informal. They give us a short period of time when they're going to come. They come, they have a saluting ceremony, and they lay the wreaths, and then they move on. It could be because there's a number of cemeteries and very few people putting the wreaths out. But we try to take pictures and put it on our website. Definitely send a thank you letter, because this will be, if it happens, and ours happens in December, it'll be the 4th time. We had a heart and soul dinner one time, and they came and said, told us about the wreaths across America. And I went over and said, our little cemetery has 7 Civil War veterans, but no one's ever come to our cemetery to give us any kind of wreath. And he said, we will from now on. And so from that time on, we've been lucky enough, and they're there. I mean, we've had snow sometimes when they come, and they're there in the snow, and they have their celebration. So for us, it's a smaller thing, but they've been very receptive, and we've been very happy, and always send out a thank you note and put it on our website.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And it does happen. It's rain, snow, sleet, or hail. That's when the day is. December the 14th is when it will be, and it doesn't matter. They'll do it in the middle of a snowstorm if they have to. All right. And we actually send one over. We get an extra when we send it over to Pottersfield, because there's one veteran over there to make sure that they get one over there and one up there at the William Howard Day Cemetery. We send one there, and to other veterans that need to have them. So good question, Steve. And I'm sure you're going to be happy to have it. Just put on a good old heavy coat and a hat. Okay, Safrana Perry, hello.
Hello, everybody. First, I want to say thank you, Miss Barbara, for inviting me to attend this event today. It's been really good. I've got a lot of good information, and so I really appreciate it. So my name is Safrana Perry. I am in here in Carlisle, and I am actually starting a nonprofit. It's called the Learning Tree. It'll be the Pennsylvania branch because it will be a statewide organization. And we will be in our going into the Black communities and telling stories. We're going to be talking, and students will interview residents about businesses that they've started or initiatives that they have taken that's helped the Black community to thrive, so that we're preserving these stories. But one of the things that I will be doing under this organization is also in my travels throughout the state is meeting with people who are working to restore the cemeteries, the Black cemeteries here. And I wanted to do that because I think, first of all, it's important information. And that unfortunately, a lot of the cemeteries have the same kind of stories about what happened to them. And it's really important that we're making sure that those stories are being told. Right now, it's still a work in progress. It probably won't be for a while before I'm able to really start. Just trying to decide now whether, I'll be doing it through podcasting or doing it through documentaries. But I will be going throughout. And so I will be coming to you all to ask you your stories, and these will be recorded. And as we're going throughout the state, these stories will be archived. I think the Cumberland County Historical Society here already has some of these stories, but what they don't have will be putting there. And then as we go through different cities and towns and communities, hopefully we're looking to partner with other historical societies or museums so that we can do the same thing. So it's just really lovely to meet all of you, and I look forward to being able to talk to you all at some point, because what you're sharing and the information that you have is really important. So I'll be reaching out eventually.
It's okay. It's okay. Reach out as much as you can. And it's
I
very
will.
important because she's working with the students, and the students are our future. And we need to make sure that they learn how to do oral history gathering, how to save it, how to preserve it, and what is going to go from their childhood into the next segment of people that's going to come behind them. So Safrana Perry and so many more that she's going to tag into will help us to keep our history going. Even for those who are on this here session right now, is very important that we continue to connect with each other and do what we need to do to make sure that the history is funneled over to those students that she's going to be working with, and not only in Carlisle, but throughout the entire state/country. All right. So thank you for joining with us today, Soprano. Is there anyone that I may have missed or overlooked? I keep trying to scroll through all the pictures or the names here, and maybe I might have missed somebody. Anyone that would like to say a few more words? We got 1 more minute. Come for it.
Well, this is Pam. You had called on me before, I think, and
yes, Pam.
Did you have a question for me in particular, or did you just wanted to hear about our experience?
I wanted to hear about your experience, Pam.
Yeah, so I'm with the Concord Township Historical Society in Delaware County, and we have a small AME church, Spring Valley AME, that had fallen into disuse some time ago and had ended up getting bought by the township. And I think we all had some questions about what was going to happen at that point, and we were a bit concerned. The church was in poor condition. Talking about records, all of the records had been burned when the social hall had caught on fire. So we suspected that there might have been graves, but nobody knew. There were no markers. And using Ancestry, and I guess the Pennsylvania Archives person is, I don't know if he's still here, but all of those death certificates, I should say all of them, but many of them they have placed on Ancestry. And using Ancestry, we found death certificates for people that were buried there. And that made all the difference. I mean, it was the defining moment. The township, to their credit, they realized what the situation was, and they spent money and they renovated the church, and they've turned it not into like a museum. Our historical society is now opening it up. They fenced off the grave area. They did the ground penetrating radar. I mean, they really jumped up, you know, came. We were just so pleased. In fact, they even got a preservation award for their work on preserving the church. I mean, it's just mind-boggling to me that all that happened because those certificates were on Ancestry and we found them. So that was just a real feel-good story that, you know, I mean, we, you know, have the church open, you know, a couple of months, you know, Sundays on, for historical purposes. It's not being used as a church anymore, obviously, but, you know, we love people to come and help tell their stories there. So it's been a great experience.
All right. Well, thank you.
Can you just say the name of the church and cemetery in the community again?
Yeah, it's Spring Valley AME Church, a real tiny little church, and it's in Concord Township in Delaware County.
Thank you.
And by the way, I'm a member of that historical society. I'm also a member of Brandy 100 Historical Society in Delaware. So I've been listening with a Delaware ear too, and finding a lot of information that could be helpful down there.
Wonderful. Donald Jones, you have put something in there about the Reefs Across America. I just put the website into the chat area. All right. And so that you can reach out to them and they can assist you with getting things organized for any of the cemeteries that you're connected with. If anybody wants to do it, it's open, it's free, you know. Well, let's say you got to buy the wreaths, but they'll have sessions throughout the year so that you can get all the information on how to, why to, and all that other wonderful things. Donna, would you like to say a couple of words, please?
Yes, I want to thank you for that information. I've been on the last couple of meetings you had. As I mentioned something to Steve that I'm a past, well, the word is past Grand Master for Pennsylvania of the Prince Hall Freemasons.
All right, man.
And by the way, Mindy, how you doing? I bet you had another organization, right. Cheltenham Township Historical Society. Anyway, the Prince Hall Masons and a lot of those USCT headstones that you see with the square and compass, most of those guys were Prince Hall Masons who, and just a little history tidbit, who couldn't join the regular Freemasons because of the regular Freemasons in the North didn't want to upset the Freemasons down south. So Prince Hall, free black man from Boston, started the Freemasons for men of color. And a lot of those gravestones, if you see them with USCT or just a square and compass, were usually Prince Hall Masons. But I want to thank you for that reef, sir, that reef information, because we have a youth group and they like to go out and put flags and things like that on grave sites. And this could be something else they can add to their history. And ladies and gentlemen, I plugged my email address in there. We have a very vibrant historical committee. We put a headstone up in, as you mentioned, Lincoln Cemetery in Harrisburg. There's a couple Lincoln cemeteries in Harrisburg. We put a headstone, a black marble headstone on Hattie M. Grant. She was the first, she was a very big educator in Harrisburg area. And she was the first head of the Eastern Stars in Pennsylvania. But I'll plug my email in. I sent it to Steve, but I put it to others. Anyone want to make contact and we can research whatever, share information. Thank you.
That's wonderful, Donald. In fact, my father was a Prince Hall, Mason, and my mother was an Eastern Star, and I was a Shebarette. We did it all. I love the Masons. My family, in fact, my family down south, they helped to build the Masonic Hall down there in the yeah, the cornerstone, man, the cornerstone. So it's all good. I would like to hear from Doris Moore Bailey. I think Doris, aren't you still down in Florida area? I hope it's Doris, can you get yourself off of mute for a moment?
Yes, I am. And I know time is of the essence, but good afternoon to everyone. I think I typed everything in the chat that I wanted to say for now. And so if anyone could just read my chat, my information is there. So I'm going to be emailing several persons who have touched upon some things that I'm interested in. So maybe another time when the opportunity presents itself, I can speak again.
Okay. All right. Well, Doris, I'm glad to hear from you. And I know you know some of the people that I know around the country that I have a great affiliation with. So for those that you know that I know, hello, just tell them I said hi. Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. All righty. Well, folks, I think we are almost down to the bottom end of our time. Dolly Marshall. Camden, New Jersey. Dolly, would you like to get off of mute and let people know what you're doing? Not everybody's reading the chat. I have to tell you that, you know, but we're going to have it so that it is, along with our.
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I've been listening to the entire presentation. Excellent work from everyone who is doing the work of memory work and preservation. Most of my information is in the chat. Thank you for inviting me to your annual meeting. I am the city historian for Camden City in New Jersey. I'm also a preservationist and one of the trustees of Mount Peace Cemetery that's located in historic Lawnside, New Jersey. So Mount Peace is an African-American cemetery founded in 1900. We are also a Network to Freedom National Underground Railroad site, and we're listed on the National African-American Civil Rights Network. And we also participate in Reeves Across America. So we'll be doing it on December 14th. And if you're in New Jersey, come by and come and join us.
Excellent, excellent. Well, folks, as you see, we are down to the bottom end of our agenda, and some of you have already shared your announcements. Thank you very much. Personally, we don't have any announcements at this time that I can say that you haven't already heard. So if there's any upcoming events other than Wreath Across America, let us know now. You got a couple of seconds before we say goodbye.
Well, and Barbara, I would just like to also mention, I did place in the chat a link to a form that you can complete to give feedback on today's meeting. I believe it's also going to get sent out to you via email. But if you do want to take a couple of minutes and give us feedback about what you liked, what you didn't like, suggestions for future programs, or things that the organization can do to support your work, please let us know. And we've got a request to post the donation link, which I will be delighted to do in just a moment. So please, if you have a moment to complete the survey before you sign off today, that would be great.
Yes. Folks, all I can say right now, because we took it down to the wire here, and all I can say is thank you ever so much for all that you've done for us, as far as supporting us, being with us, sharing your thoughts, sharing your history, sharing everything. And, you know, just like every time I look at Steve Lyons, he's always smiling. So everybody can continue to smile and just, you know what, it's beautiful outside. And I'm going to get out of here and I'm going to go outside and stand in God's sun so I can get my tan on. Okay. So all of you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Give us your feedback, give us your comments, somehow, some way. And I think I think we took it to the wire, right, Steve and Jeannie and everybody at 3:15? Bertha and Crystal, yeah?
Exactly.
Are we good?
Exactly.
We're good? Okay, folks. Take care. God bless. And we'll be doing this soon. And look for our sessions because I'm going to have Bertha and Crystal get it together. All right, Sheila? We're doing fine. Mindy, take care of you. I'll see you on Thursday. Okay? All right, folks. Bye.
Bye. Take care.
Bye, cuz.
Bye.
Okay, I want my board members to hold on for me. Everybody else